Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda
Welcome to the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 Asana sequence of Nityananda Yoga. Before we start the yoga session, we request all the male bodies to please remove your upper cloth, for yoga is a ritual, and male bodies remove the upper cloth for any Hindu ritual. All the female bodies, please tie up your hair, and we request all the participants to please wear a black dress, apply vibhuti on your forehead. If you are a male body, apply it on the 16 places over your body. Apply kumkum and any aushadha from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism you have available. Wear your Rudraksha mala, the abharanam, to intensify the energy which you can hold throughout the yoga practice. Also, make sure to keep a Shri Yantra, which is a sacred mandala, in your room where you practice the yoga. If you don't have a Shri Yantra available, don't worry, we are projecting it in the background of our acharyas. Now settle down on your yoga mat and get ready for the ritual of yoga. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrasham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
We will be performing the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now keep your hand, the right hand, in the shape of a cow's ear in the Gokarana Mudra, as our acharyas are demonstrating. Then take an udani of water, pour it into your right palm. We're going to chant a mantra thrice. Each time, sip the water from the bottom of your palm whenever the word Swadha is chanted.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Take another udani of water.
Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Pour another udani of water into your palm.
Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapacham and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now wash your hand again. With the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hand again. With the index fingers and thumbs joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril, and with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, left eye, and the right ear and the left ear. Wash your hand again. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest. And with all fingertips joined together, touch on top of the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. Now wash your hand again. As you clasp the right hand over top of the left, place both hands on the right thigh. Set the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, what it is that you want to manifest today in today's Nityananda Yoga session as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito Purana Arogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nityananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your hand once more as we chant.
Om Apaupasprisya
Keep your Panchapacham and Udani out of harm's way as we are getting ready to start the yoga. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the index fingers and thumbs joined together on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Engage the three bandhas, the energy locks, which are contracting the perineal region and pulling it in and up. The Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, contracting your stomach muscles and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally contracting your throat muscles. Together they form Mahamudra Bandha, which is a great secret of the yogic practice and will enhance your yoga practice manifold. Next up is the visualization. Hold the visualization for the right context of each of the asanas. The first visualization is Lord Shiva. You will always be able to see the visualization in the top right corner of the screen. So whenever you don't know how the visualization looks, you can just check the screen. Next up is Samana Kumbhaka. Now fill your stomach with prana as you meditate on a flame in your stomach, kindling the prana and raising up your spine. Chant the japa soham and visualize it rotating around your throat until the nectar oozes out into your body. Let us now perform the first asana, which is Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana with the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Then bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम्.
The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body and hold the left hand by the right behind your back. As you lean forward and place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वविधियाहु मे जानो उभय पगतले संपुटठानो.
The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now keep the soles of your feet together and stretch your hands out in front of the feet, cupping your palms, placing them down on the ground as you place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake.
पूर्वविधि पर्यागाने नीचौ वेकहुनि फनास्यो लगाई.
Next up is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Then raise the legs up straight and then cross them into Padmasana, leaning forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird.
स्थान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः.
The next asana is Neti Asana. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee as you hold onto the opposite elbows. Engage all three bandhas, rotate your arms in a circle and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, and after some time change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बामा पादगी आशमाहिली सोये दक्ष चरण को वार लोता परिकुल्फ समोय.
The next asana is Gajasana. Now press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up high. Lower your head, then your chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again as you visualize yourself as an elephant. And perform Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you do so.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. From the same position, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Visualize yourself as a bear as you keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the mat with the tips of the on the tips of the big toes, with all other toes raised off the ground. As you keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and bring your index, middle, and ring fingers to the heart center in Hridaya Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः.
Next up is the Urdhva Janukarana. Stand with your heels touching, toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, and the knees bent in Arimandi. Now, bring both hands to the chest with the elbows parallel to the ground. Then lift one knee up towards the center of your body, followed along with the respective hand as you make circular motions on both sides again and again. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace your fingers from the outside in Sarvashankari Mudra and hold on to one knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and visualize yourself holding a baby as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानूरधियालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
You move on to Padapidanasana. Now take the foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands. Be straight. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
त्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Standing on one leg, hold on to one foot and extend it backwards as you lean forward and stretch your arm out in front in Bindu Mudra with the index finger and thumb touching as you visualize yourself dancing as Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now stand on the other leg and repeat Balalingasana on the other side, pulling the knee up towards your chest and visualize yourself caressing a baby.
एकं जानूरधियालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now repeat Padapidanasana on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your buttocks and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging all three bandhas.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Now repeat Natarajasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Ardha Rechita Karana. From Arimandi position, bring the right foot behind the other with the toes down and the heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and swing the right arm back and forth, gracefully moving the fingers one by one. Now keep the right hand over top of the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. We move on to Katichina Karana. From Arimandi, with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed, palms facing backwards. Now open your hips to one side and open the arms along above your head. Return to the center and repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes as you raise your hands up above your head beside your ears. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree as you internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat to the ground. Take precaution in the case that you are a pregnant woman. For pregnant women, shouldn't perform any of the forward bends. Now engage all three bandhas and bring your forehead towards the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
The next asana is Tadakshvasana, the plank position. Now lower your body down onto your arms and feet as you tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side, contracting your perineal region. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in the Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and visualizing a flame rising up your spine.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत्.
The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower your entire body down onto your stomach as you keep the toes pointing backwards and your hands next to the chest. Now raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Don't lift your body any higher than your belly button up. And open your mouth wide as you inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Shashasana. Now push your body up back into the plank position and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
जासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Rathasana. From a tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands as you simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other one in between the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
The next asana is Viravatrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Now extend the other leg back, keep the knee straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel, pull the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
आशिष्टमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Viravatrasana on the other side.
समतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now stand and bring one foot to the inner thigh as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight as you gaze forward and visualize yourself as a tree.
अमोरमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised leg to the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and engage the Mula Bandha.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now stand on your other leg and repeat Vrikshasana on the other side.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, keeping the standing leg as straight as a rod and visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
रूढासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg forward and the other one far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and down as you keep one hand down and the other one raised up. Gaze upwards, visualizing yourself as a triangle as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other leg forward as you repeat Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Nikuttaka Karana. From Adimandi position, heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now stump the rest heel to the ground, raise the other heel up and exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Raise your knees off the ground and keep them together as you join your palms in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
बन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidunanasana. Now, from Saurasana, lean forward and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you hold the back heel with the other hand, balance. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward as you repeat Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now again, lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot and the back heel. Repeating Vidunanasana on the other side.
स्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana. As you keep the toes on the ground and the perineum placed on top of the heels, which are raised off the ground, keep a gap between your legs and place the back of your hands on top of the respective knees. Contract the perineal region and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze in between the two hands in Shambhavi Mudra, with eyes opened wide, unblinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji within and perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
द्वौ भणापाणि होय वैसे एड़ी मेल रघुदानि वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting your perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the respective thighs and pull your stomach in and up, contract the perineal region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadragodakasana. Maintain the same position. As you shift your gaze up to the third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you buzz like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दो भूपकदली संपुट करे कौरवारली भूपरि धरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels. As you bring your thumbs and little fingers together in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. Now raise your hands up above your head as you gaze up in between the gap between the palms, visualizing yourself as Lord Surya.
एडी दो गुदातरी आने फना पानी बैठक अब निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes flat, perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the knees, lift the tongue up against the roof of your mouth. As you catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue, as you visualize yourself as a frog in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
तलो पृष्ठ देशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain the same sitting posture, but bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you keep your tongue pressed against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं कुर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. As you keep the knees wide, fingers spread on top of the knees, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully. As you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit with your heels under the perineum, the knees open wide, then cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze at the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Kakapusandi Asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you keep your knees open wide and bring your arms in and around the raised knees. Interlace your fingers behind your back if you can. As you visualize yourself as a crow and gaze to the tip of your nose as you engage the Mula Bandha.
उत्तमे वेशक उपदठाने दो गोहा तपगमी च आने.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now keep the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet off the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and balance on your arms.
को गुण आशी दुष्टता होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali Asana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground. Please take precautions if you have any neck injuries or high blood pressure. Any of the inverted postures. Now bring your knees onto the elbows, your hips over the shoulders, and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ईशा धरती टेकी पग दो वो मिलीवा ऊंचा करे.
The next asana is Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to the side as you align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you hold your breath in the exhaled state. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
Now, twist your body in the other direction and repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tadakshvasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring it in between the two hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Vaidava. As you breathe in your Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन की गुण पीती जागी.
Now, step the front foot back and step the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes open wide, unblinking, as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. From Tadakshvasana, the plank position, bring your forearms down on the ground as you walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift your chest and head up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
भून्यस्थो जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम्.
The next asana is Vashishthasana. From Tadakshvasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath your shoulder as you raise your hips and gaze up towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now twist your body in the other direction. Balance on the other hand as you repeat Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now come to a seated position and extend your legs out in front with the heel down and the toes pointing up. Now bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your body. Tuck your chin to the chest. Contract the perineal region. As you gaze through the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Mahasadaशिवोहम.
दो बूकर की उभय हस्तेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged, and exhale all the air from your lungs in Rechaka Kumbhaka.
जानो बरिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं दानमुच्यते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. With your legs straight, interlace your fingers behind your neck. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing your head to the knees by the strength of your core. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space.
शुभानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानो परिशिरोऽन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now, sit with the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised, and reach your arm in and around the raised knee as you clasp your hands behind your back. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knee, and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्
Now drop the knee down to the ground and lean forward, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you exhale all the air from your lungs, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
मुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now extend the other leg out. Bring the other heel towards the perineum with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back, in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down, lean forward, hold onto the foot, engage all three bandhas, repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your heels close to the perineum, keep your knees wide, hold your feet firmly with both hands, and maintain a straight spine as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Gvalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from your body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. As you place your hands on the respective knees, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
ध्रुव चरपट चौक कहियो सोई वाही विधियो की जे सोई.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now sit, keep the soles of the feet together and the heels close to your perineum as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen. Now hold the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and bring the forehead to the feet as you gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोगो बगतली संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
The next asana is Midaki Pavasana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and the knees wide, lean forward and down and extend your hands out to the side. Keep the palms facing down on the ground to the sides as you bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि परिपक्धली संपुट शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart. As you bring your arms below the shins, extend them out to the sides and keep the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above your feet as you bring your toes near your throat if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोगो बगतली संपुट करे शोले मेड़ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, as you hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the backs of your hands onto the ground and the elbows pressing down on the thighs. Gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगांगी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेड़ लगावे.
The next asana is Chatapata Chukasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum. Open the knees and place your hands on top of the knees as you gently press them down. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोगो बगतली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जार पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your knees open wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. As you keep your knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
उल्भौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः
The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समान आसनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्
The next asana is Apanasana. As you sit, place one leg on top of the respective shoulder and raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards your perineum and pull the opposite foot towards your chest.
समान आसनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward and up.
परं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you gaze to the nose, visualize the face of a cow, and perform the Mula Bandha. Start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nityanandoham.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्
The next asana is Anasuyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Hold on to the big toes of the feet in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने
Maintain the same position. Interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down as you bring your chin over the knees, the nose towards the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि
The next asana is Garudasana too. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. As you keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep the hands on the respective knee. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वार नीचैदे
The next asana is Nadadasana. Now sit and place your perineum on top of one heel as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Nadada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पिष्टि जवाम बगदली केरी भूपरिता हिल लगा बेफेरी
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin as you hold the big toes with the other hand in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
नवामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्
Now slide your knees over top with the other knee on top, repeating the Gomukhasana position on the other side. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow as you keep hissing through your teeth without the tongue touching your teeth. In Siddhkari Kumbhaka.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold onto the big toes as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोड़ो नीचे उठाने वावो तागे ऊपर आने
Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, chin over the knees, nose towards the ground in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि
Now repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side, bringing the other heel towards the perineum, knee raised, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो पगमोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वार नीचे दे
Next up is Narudasana on the other side. Raise the perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee, visualizing yourself as Sage Naruda.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा वे फेरी
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
वामे नवामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्
Next up is Matsindrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thighs as you place the opposite foot on the ground, flat. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep your raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः
The next asana is Kubhasana. From Matsyendrasana, twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee as you extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Twist your body back. Gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Keeping the hand extended down towards the foot, place your hand behind your body onto the ground as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out. Bring the opposite foot onto the thigh as you twist your elbow outside of the raised knee and gaze back.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः
The next asana is Kubhasana on the other side. Now hold on to the front big toe in Prana Mudra as you keep the other hand towards the respective ear, gazing back and up towards your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
The hand to the ground behind you, twist your body even further as you visualize Matsyendranath in Matsendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीडं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मंडल खंडनास्त्रम.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs as you keep your palms flat on the respective knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, now pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, hissing while inhaling as you internally chant the new japa Om Nityananda Mahasadaशिवोहम.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Padmasana too. As you sit in Padmasana, cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अनुचरणं कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
The next asana is Kukutasana. Now sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground between the two thighs as you lift your body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्बोरोरन्तरे करो.
The next asana is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, raise up onto the knees as you bring your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, and then lean forward. Find balance and extend your knees up off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वपरि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep your elbows at the navel, lean back, lean forward, find balance, and extend your legs up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock as you perform the Sahadra Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Makarasana. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a crocodile and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसाद्यमानौ.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bring the thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. In Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet. Put the feet down towards the ground outside of your hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet and kick the legs back and up as you lean forward and lift your chest off the ground. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
त्रिसार्यपादौ भुजदण्डरो भौकरौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground, sitting in between the two heels. Place your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाओ तो वैसे बहुरो जगते करे कैसे.
The next asana is Gohi Asana. From the kneeling position, place your elbows on the ground, shoulder width apart. As you interlace your fingers, bring your head towards the ground and hold it with your hands. Now raise your hips up. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with your shoulders. And then raise your legs up off the ground and pull the knees close to your chest. Try to touch your chin with the knees as you roll your body up in the inverted posture. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनिह कलाजी जाने दोई.
Now, from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture. Now sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch your legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bhastika Kumbhaka, rapidly exhaling from your diaphragm, pushing the air out without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. We're going to perform Bhastika Kumbhaka for the next few asanas, so keep your core engaged and rapidly breathe through your nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे का कसीठा ने.
The next asana is Parighasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind. Hold the opposite shoulders as you keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Keep breathing rapidly as you sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground or bring them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards your chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
पगदली संपूटक हाथस्योपक ऊंचाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana too. Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, the knees raised up. Bring your palms down to the ground with the fingers just touching the back of your heels. Lift your hips up high. Press the feet into the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lower your body down flat onto the ground. Keep the palms facing up next to your hips. As you contract the perineal region and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine towards your Sahasrara chakra in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Relax. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are now going to continue the sequence with the next asana, which is Yathasana Nishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Bring your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and meditating on the flame kindling in your stomach as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथासंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now, sit in a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on the knees with the thumbs and index fingers touching. Take a long, deep inhalation and hold your breath. After exhaling, breathe deeply in and out, visualizing Swamiji and performing the Mula Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region and place the right foot over top of the left. Keep your hands facing down on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निबीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position as Muktasana. As you switch your gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो तलदशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now maintain the same position as in Siddhasana. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all Tribandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
The next asana is Rudrasana too. Keep your legs in the same position as Siddhi Asana. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि राखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Now maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to the navel, cupping your palms over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. In this asana, we are going to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which can increase blood pressure. So if you have blood pressure related issues, don't perform this asana. At least pay attention to your body and practice caution. Now set your sankalpa of manifesting through the womb of creation as you maintain the same sitting posture, and then exhale fully as you bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, ring fingers over the eyes, and the thumbs closing the ears.
मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Virasana. Place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch your thumb and index fingers together in Bindu Mudra. Place them on top of the knees as you embody the space and state of bravery. Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now keep the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organs and the toes under the thigh, with the right foot on top of the left, with the toes by the knee. Keep your hands on the knees, thumbs and index fingers touching. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet, sage, and author of Ramayana.
दावा बगगी बगदली पुनि एडी है जोया.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your legs in the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is representing Devi Parashakti and is a representation of the creative energy of the universe.
वामपादकी बगदली जाहि माहिली कोरे.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Keep your feet and hands in the same position as you switch your gaze to the third eye and keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen.
Yunyasanam parvatena yogam yoga phalenilam.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding them with both hands, bring your knees down towards the ground, gazing to the tip of your nose, visualizing Lord Virata in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Gulbhau chavrishanasyadaha sivantya parshvayoho kshipet.
The next asana is Aghodasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth or even higher, if you can, into the nasal tract in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. As you cover your mouth with the right hand, close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, close both nostrils, and then hold your breath. After you exhale through the left nostril, repeat on the other side in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a Naghori.
Urvakaho vishrika choyi vahi vidijogi je soyi.
Next up is Kanadi Pavasana. Bring the feet together in front, with the toes together and the heels apart. Place your elbows onto the heels. As you rest your chin on the palms, gaze to the tip of your nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you perform Rechaka Kumbhaka, fully exhale and hold your breath in the exhaled state as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पावा आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि जैसे.
Next up is Padasana. Now sit with the knees raised, arms between the thighs and calves, and interlace your fingers as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ततो धूम्रे तजेत वायुम मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम.
The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together and place the toes at the groove of your throat, the heels on your chest. Tuck your chin onto the hands and gaze to the nose, embodying the state and space of a king as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पूरव विधि पगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
The next asana is Uddarasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together. Insert your hands underneath the legs as you hold the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring your feet up to the chest. Bring your head down and touch the chin to the soles as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवो पकदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्त करी उरद हिताने.
Next asana is Vishishtasana. From the same position, raise your feet up even higher. Bring your feet in front of your face with the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो पकदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next asana is Bhujasana. From a seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders as you bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
शिरासनम तविज्ञेयम कक्षासनम तत्परम.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture, raise your legs up and bring your elbows under the knees as you wrap your arms around your back with the palms clasped behind. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोवो हाथ पगों नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. With the left knee on the mat, place the left foot flat on the ground and sit down on the left heel. As you bring the right leg over top of the left, heel close to the hip. Visualize yourself as a swan as you perform the Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now slide the heel outside of the hip. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you keep your hands on top of the knees. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागीनगरपञ्चडं ऋषिरिन्दगल्यम्नीं.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind your back and hold onto the right thigh. As you place the right hand on the left thigh, twist your body and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and performing the Mula Bandha.
वामजङ्घभरदचिनटाने वामहस्तभिष्टीदिशाने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. From Machandrasana, untwist and hold onto the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you lean your forehead down so it touches the ground, as you place your chest down on the heels, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणजुजोयि वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोयि.
Now interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य निष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now again, sit down on the heel, this time on the right foot. As you keep the top of the foot on the ground and interlace your fingers on top of the other knees, visualizing yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the heel outside the hip. Place both hands on top of the up knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana on the other side.
अनुषागीनगरपञ्चडं ऋषिरिन्दगल्यम्नीं.
Next up is Machandrasana on the other side. Bring the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Twist your body. Keep one arm behind your back and hold on to the opposite thighs as you gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्घभरदचिनटाने वामहस्तभिष्टीदिशाने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Now hold onto the feet as you lean forward and down, bringing your chest towards the heels and your forehead onto the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणजुजोयि वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोयि.
Now place your hands interlaced on the top knee as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana, engaging all three bandhas.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणजुजोयि वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोयि.
The next asana is Pashasana. Now sit with the feet flat on the ground, knees against the chest, with the hands holding onto the opposite knees. Keep your thighs together, spine straight, the tongue pressed against the roof of your mouth in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानुनिवृषि निधाय.
The next asana is Bodhashokasana. As you keep the feet flat on the mat, wrap your arms around the legs and hold onto the opposite wrists. Place your chin onto the knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself being in an abode of bliss.
तोबू भगतली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिरी ऐसे करे.
The next asana is Kudakatasana. Maintain the same position, but place your arms under the knees and hold onto the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose. Keep your tongue pressed up in Kechari Mudra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो हाथ पग बाहर लावे गोडा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Maintaining the same hold beneath the knees, bring the right foot over top of the left so the heels cross with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose. and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati asana.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डावा वग परिदच पद आने.
The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight with the arms raised straight above your head. Interlace the fingers with the wrists pointed outwards. As you engage all three bandhas, gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Mahamudra Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
The next asana is Arambhasana. Now sit with your legs straight. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you lean your chest forward and down, bring your head to the knees. Inhale through the left nostril and exhale through the right. Perform Nadi Shodhana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पग मिलीवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
The next asana is Bhidokasana. Now sit with the legs straight. Extend the knees slightly up. Bring one hand distance between the heels. As you bring your shoulders down, wrap your hands in and around the legs. Hold the soles of the feet as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो वो पाव पसारी कछुक ऊर्धको गुरडो डारे.
The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with the heels together. Place your chin on the heels as you insert your hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground along with your fingers, palms facing up. Gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो एड़ी मेली कह दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit with the legs extended, lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. If you can't, bring your leg behind your neck. Focus on the prana flowing up from the Muladhara to the Brahmarandha, through the 9 various points within the body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the middle of the eyebrows, the forehead, and the Brahmarandha, the crown of the head. Now engage the Mula Bandha as you perform Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now lie on your back, lift the right leg behind the neck. The left hand holds the foot from the top. As you straighten your body, concentrate on the prana moving from Muladhara to Brahmarandha. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as infinite, endless, or eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Concentrate on the prana flowing up as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Drushasana. Lie down on the back as you bring your knees to the chest. Encircle your thighs and calves with your arms as you rock your body from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्भ.
Now bring the other leg behind your neck. Repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Again, if you can't bring your leg behind your neck, just pull it up as high as you can and then lean forward. Hold on to the foot.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now with the leg still behind your back, straighten your body, lay on your back, hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as being endless.
तानशयनि एकैकं पादी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto your elbow and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidra. As you lie on your back, lift your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and focus on the upward flowing prana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmadhammasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around the legs and interlace your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधो सोवे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, bring your knees to the chest with the soles facing up and extend your arms out sideways. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हाथ सीधा सागरे 300 उभय सभा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Let us first enter a neutral position, which is laying on your back with the knees to your chest and the arms reaching out to the sides at shoulder level. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha and focus on the upward flowing prana in Pratyahara Kumbhaka. As you perform the first step, which is bringing one knee to the side onto the ground while extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees bent to the side. Straighten both knees to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Now come back to the neutral position, arms extended out to the sides and the knees pulled to your chest. As you drop the other knee towards the ground, extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees to the side and extend both knees to the side, gazing in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is the Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold onto your ankles and lift your hips up, gazing to the nose and visualizing yourself as sturdy as a bridge. As you start breathing in the Murcha Kumbhaka, as you keep the Jalandhara Bandha engaged while exhaling, force the air out through the throat lock gently. This will bring about a state of swooning in the yogi. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Palyankasana. Laying on your back with the feet flat on the mat, bring your arms over your head and place your hands flat on the mat as well, with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift your entire body up off the ground as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Shvatanasana. Lay on your back with the knees to your chest. With the hands on the respective shoulders, move your hips in a circular motion and visualize that you're a dog playfully laying on its back. Perform the mula bandha as you do so.
शवत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभवानीय.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Lie supine, raise your hips and legs up as you extend your hands down on the mat below, helping you balance your body as your legs are raised up. Move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयम्.
Next up is the Viparita Karani too. Now stop the movement of your legs. Keep them pointing up straight as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Next up is Langalasana. As you lay on your back, lift your hips and take your feet over the head with the toes on the floor. Stretch your hands out on the ground behind your back. Clasp your palms, rest on your neck and shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a plow, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
दिवा कंटेन भूमिं विष्टंभ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नयेत्.
The next asana is Sajita Paschimottanasana. As you lie on your back in the same position, bring your hands to the feet. Pull your thighs to the chest and hold on to the toes as you keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Visualize Paramashiva as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Maintaining the same position, bring your hip over top of the shoulder level and open your legs wide apart. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
परिवृत्ति कोक्ष भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now bring your legs over top of your head, toes on the ground, hold onto the ankles of the feet and roll onto your back, keeping your legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel, as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. As you lay on your back with the legs vertical, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and then open your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Supta Padangushtasana. Now, hold onto the big toes and join your feet together above your body, keeping your legs straight and your arms straight as well. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Matsyasana. From Supta Padangushtasana, move your legs into Padmasana and lay on your back, holding onto the opposite elbows over your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu. Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशैलं चरेत्.
The next asana is Parasharamasana. Laying on your back with the legs in Padmasana, place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm. Gaze to the nose and visualize Rama in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
The next asana is Sarvangasana. While laying on your back, legs in Padmasana, lift your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the hips, supporting you with the elbows on the floor. As you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. As you lay on your back, one foot on the opposite thigh, lift the other knee towards your head, extend both arms up above your head, and hook the fingers forward, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishabhadakshipasana. Now lay on your back and interlace your fingers around the neck as you lift both feet off the ground, extending one leg straight and the other knee pulled to the chest. Alternate extending and raising the knee again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and breathing calmly through your nose in Sahajya Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अंगुलिभिः कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Marottanasana. Lay on your back and lift your legs one by one up, touching the knees to your ears as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
शोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा चारुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. While laying on your back, place the sole of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up and then sit back down, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
अथ उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Luthasana. Lay on your back and quickly throw your legs up above your head. Completely roll over. Repeat this again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Finish in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
As you lay flat on your belly with the toes extended and the hands on the ground by your shoulders, contract your lips and make the sound of a flute, whistling while inhaling in Saladhasana Pranayama. Visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
युज्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Dehalyolanganasana. Now push your body up into Tadakshvasana, the plank position, as you jump your legs forward and back between the arms again and again. Visualize yourself go beyond the body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीज्य.
The next asana is Jatyasana. From a standing position, bend forward and place your hands on the mat, walking back and forth as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Luritika Karana. Stand with your knees bent, feet pointing outwards, and bend your elbows. Keep your hands at the chest level. Swiftly move your arms across your body and then bring them back to the center. Tilt your head back, open up your chest towards the sky, and move your head in all directions. The next asana is Sarapasana. As you tie your feet with a rope, stand erect like a rod. Keep your arms at the side of your body with the hands touching your thighs. Visualize that your Kundalini, Devi, is raising and curling upwards around your body. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajya Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine, contract the perineal region. Force the Kundalini Shakti up. As you internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasadhanasana. While standing, place all fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands. Keep your feet on the fists as you begin to move and walk like a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel as you walk around on the mat.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Ashvasana. Maintain the same position. Walk around on the hands as you visualize yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand straight with the feet together, interlace your hands behind your back in Padusha Mudra. Pull them down towards your calves as you open up your chest widely. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमो निधाय.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Karana. Stand tall with the palms together in Namaskara Mudra as you gently bend your knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms and raise one heel off the ground as you slightly lower the waist and shoulder of the respective heel, bowing to both sides. As you visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next asana is Khadgasana. As you lay down on your stomach, jump your feet up towards your hands and stand. As you bring the palms together, forming the horn of the rhinoceros in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to the nose.
लुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिम् अवष्टभ्य.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Now sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground and stand back up. Do this again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Musalasana. Now stand up straight, raise your arms up over your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
The next asana is Utshesakasana. From a standing position, pull the sole of the foot towards your chest, while with the other leg sit down and stand back up. Alternate on both sides. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Next up is the Parshva Karana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arms holding the knee with a hand in a fist as you place the other hand on top of the respective thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. As you stand on one leg with the opposite leg extended forward, lower your body down to the mat and then stand back up straight.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place one foot onto the opposite thigh as you stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands by the sides, visualizing yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana 3. Stand tall and wrap the left leg over and around the right knee as you tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bring the palms together in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहिस्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now bring the leg to the other thigh as you keep the hands hanging down by the sides towards the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Stand on the right leg and hold onto the big toes of the left foot as you straighten the left leg out to the side and visualize yourself as the North Pole star as you rotate on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Stand on the right leg and lift the left foot behind your neck if you can. Then stand tall. Otherwise, you can pull the leg towards your chest. Then alternate standing and sitting. Perform the 3 steps of Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
येन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यम्.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you repeat Tandavasana on the other side.
पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
And repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side.
नगुर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now bring your foot to the opposite hip with the hands hanging down as you repeat Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold on to the opposite foot, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra as you rotate your body on the mat, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Bring the other leg behind your neck if you can. Sit down and stand back up while visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is the Samanaka Karana. Stand with the feet close together, toes pointed slightly out. Keep both hands to the sides of your body as you stand straight on the mat and relax. After this intense asana practice, this intense sequence, breathe deeply as we enter into the final 100 asanas of the sequence. The next asana is Ugora Kajali Asana. Stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock in Padusha Mudra as you sit in a squatting posture, and then let the finger lock touch your navel. Visualize Sage Goraknath, the founder of the Nata Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, forcefully moving the retained prana up and down within your body and throughout your limbs, along with the mind. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so and internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम ही उभो होए बाहुरी नीचो पुनि होवे.
The next asana is Kanchira Asana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and calves and then wrap them around behind your butt, interlacing your fingers behind your back. Keep your chest upright. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेशय नितम्बं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Bhairu Asana. Now bring your feet together and sit in a squatting posture with the heels touching the perineum. Hold the hands at the back. In Parusha Mudra, sit upright and gaze to your navel, visualizing Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो ऊपक की धैर्या की माहिली को और मिलाई.
Next up is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to your head and join your palms behind your back with fingers pointing down. Gaze to the nose and visualize a boar, which is one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu.
पागदली की माहिली को और मिलाई फना पानी उकड़बई से.
The next asana is Pripitasana. With the heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let your hands hang down. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
पार्श्वद्वयं मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat, fingers wide, and place your knees onto the back of your arms with the eyes forward. Lean forward and down, lifting your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्याम
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now kneel down, head on the ground, with the palms spread for support. Raise your body on your head and place your legs into Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
The next asana is Guptasana. Lower your body down onto the mat and sit in a kneeling position. Keep your toes touching behind and sit in between the heels. As you place your hands on the knees, sit straight and gaze to the nose as you visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
ध्यानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. This is another inverted posture. So if you have any blood pressure related issues, please take precautions. If you need aid in support performing this asana, if you have a partner available, they can aid you. Otherwise, you can use a wall for support. You can walk the wall up and down. This is a progression where you can increase your arm strength and finally be able to perform this asana yourself. Now, place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and lift your body up straight into a handstand. Visualize you're a tree with deep roots into the ground as you breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाद्य वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. Move your hands closer together and again enter the handstand posture. Visualize Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye. As you gaze up to your third eye, the Tejas energy will rejuvenate your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana too. Now visualize yourself as a fish as you enter a plank position. Lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you engage the Mula Bandha.
निब्जं शयनं कूर्परो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Next up is Sarpasana too. Lie prone on your belly with the hands on the hips and lift your chest to the left and right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Nidalambanasana. Lay prone on your belly with the hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, holding onto the chin. Keep the toes pointing backwards, feet together, as you feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां पंकजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Straighten your arms and bend your knees. Bring the feet towards the upper back and lift your head and chest up, visualizing yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्तदलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on the knees with the tops of the feet flat on the mat. Bring your butt onto the heels. Stretch your arms out in front and place the palms facing down as you bring your forehead to the mat. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next asana is Meshasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and raise your hips up high into Gajasana. Then alternate striking the ground with your hands as you experience yourself as powerful as a rat.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, lift your legs up into the air and slowly bring your forehead to the ground. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयम् अन्तराले कृत्य.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. As you sit on your heels with the legs together, interlace your fingers around the toes, pull the feet towards your perineum, and then place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो भणा शरामोडी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Interlace your fingers in front of your body and then behind you, stretching your arms forward to the sides and backwards as you give massage to various different joints and muscles within your body. Visualize Swamiji as you do so.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुले बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana as you turn your feet out to the sides. Keep your thighs and knees resting on the ground. Keep your spine straight, hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुनाम्.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, the toes pointing backwards, the knees wide, with the hands below the ankles. Keep the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ पक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now sit with the knees wide, the feet overlapping on top of your ankles. Keep your hands underneath the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as a frog as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. As you keep your toes on the mat with the heels up and together, place your perineum on top of the heels. Keep your palms on the ground with the fingers spread wide apart, thumbs touching the base of the hand, touching the toes. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully. Visualize Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Vishrakasana. Sit on the toes and place your perineum on the heels as you separate your knees and place them on the ground. Make a hollow of your palms and place it on your mouth. Keep your thumbs under the teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishraka Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you might have. The next asana is Makadasana. Now bring the soles together, the top of the feet on the ground. As you sit on the heels, bend your elbows, bring your fingers to the armpits, and imitate as if you were a monkey stretching itself. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey as you gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Vajrasangarasana. Stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together. Sit on the heels, keep your knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha, your spiritual community. The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on the heels. Place your palms on the mat to the sides as you gaze to the nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. The next asana is Kurmasana, the turtle posture. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Keep your knees wide and on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधौ व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
The next asana is Yogasana. With the toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees. Cross your ankles behind with the feet near the opposite knee. Hold the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru.
घोड़ा वामो उभय होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
The next asana is Ushtrasana 2. In a kneeling position, bend backwards, hold your ankles with your hands and keep your arms straight. Push your hips forward and tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाढ्य संविपातै शिष्पुमान्.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. With the heels together and the hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring the elbows down to the mat, followed by the back of your head. Gaze to the nose and experience yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारी धरे.
Next up is Viratasana. Sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground. Then rise back up. Do this again and again as you visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body. Gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमौ निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next asana is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise your hips higher. Bring your forearms to the mat and hold the back of the heels. As you bring your head in between the feet, visualize yourself as a beautiful dove and perform the Mula Bandha.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाढ्य संविपातै शिष्पुमान्.
The next asana is Vadasana. Now stand upright on the knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with opposite hands and gaze to the nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Vadahasana 2. Keep your knees together, toes tucked behind. Lean forward as you bring the elbows to the mat. With your hands holding the head, rest your buttocks on the heels and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar incarnation of Mahavishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
The next asana is Mundasana. This is another inverted posture. Use a wall for support if needed. Now kneel down, place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Interlace your fingers and place your head onto the mat, supporting it with both hands. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with the shoulders and then raise your legs straight up. Be stable. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a lopped tree as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next asana is Andhasana. In a kneeling position, place your head in between the knees and the elbows outside of the knees. Hold your head with both hands, gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe through your mouth and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम भगदली समठारावे कोरमा हिली उभे मिलावे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana as you lie on your belly with the arms extended straight out, Lift your thighs, arms, and chest off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust and perform the mula bandha.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Lie on your belly with the arms at the side, palms facing down. Keep your forehead on the ground and keep your chest on the mat as you lift your legs up together. Visualize yourself as a skull, representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands by the sides and lift your legs up over your head. As you slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head, keep the palms flat on the mat behind, visualizing yourself as a free and open dove. As you breathe in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
The next asana is Chatakasana. As you sit on your knees, bring the chest down so the navel touches the knees and keep your hands and elbows flat on the ground. Be sturdy. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as you perform the Mula Bandha.
गुरुपरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is a Vrishchikasana too. Now kneel down, keep your hands and elbows on the mat. As you raise your legs, bend your back to touch the feet onto your head. Lift your chin and hold as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Now place the perineum down on the right heel as you keep the left foot outside of the hip with the toes pointing outwards. Now visualize yourself as a bull as you start breathing in the Antarangaka Kumbhaka, forcefully inhaling through your nose, holding the breath for a short while and then exhaling slowly.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
The next asana is Lulasana. From the kneeling position, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Lift your knees off the ground and cross the toes over the left. The left toes over the right as you balance above the mat and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now directly place your perineum down on the other heel as you repeat Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the left toes on the ground and sit on the heel of the left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised against the chest. Keep your palms on the respective knees as you maintain an upright position. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Squat with the feet flat on the mat. As you bring your elbows under the thighs, wrap your hands around the shins and hold onto your ankles from the outside. Visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये हस्तगुरुपरौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. You can use weights to intensify this asana. As you squat on your toes with the heels up, the knees off the mat, place your perineum onto the heels and your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
विजास्पिजोस्येत ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana too. Now sit on the toes with the perineum on the heels, the soles of the feet together. Keep the knees wide and off the ground as you hold the opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze forward as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम अपना पानी होए जैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with the feet hip width apart, with the hands under the soles of the feet from the inside, palms facing down. Keep your arms straight, elbows at the navel, and gaze to the nose as you visualize you are able to consume and live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर उठाने, कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back of your hands on the mat with the fingers facing towards your body. Step the feet on top of the hands with your hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe. Start walking around on your mat as you visualize you're wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा.
Next up is Kukkuttanasana. Now place your palms on the mat, raise both feet upwards into the air, and let them fall back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the mat and raise your legs upwards into a handstand. As you move around on two hands dancing, feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one palm down on the mat with the arm straight. Bring the opposite arm towards your head. Be stable. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
अथ पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next asana is Kadambasana. Sit on the ground with your feet flat and the heels close to your body. Hold the respective ankles with your hands as you lift your feet off the ground and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit with the heels at the perineum, hold the knees with your hands and press them towards your chest. Visualize any excess water being released or balanced within your system as you perform the Mula Bandha.
स्तुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakodasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind your head as you place both hands flat on the mat. Extend the opposite leg up with the knee straight as you lift your entire body up off the ground. Keep your chin up, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं च दुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Dhanurasana too. As you sit on the ground, hold the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you keep one leg straight and pull the other foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a ball.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder and bring the right foot across. Hook it over the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the side. Lift up your head and chest, find balance and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground as you have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg, and place your hands flat on the ground. Press the right knee down with the right hand as you gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshva Now keep one leg bent on the ground with a foot at the opposite hip, and bring the other leg over top as you twist your body around the raised knee and interlace your hands below the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage and yogi Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Now sit and lift the other leg behind your neck, keeping your hands at the side and raising your whole body up with the other leg extended, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side, holding the big toes of both feet in Prana Mudra as you pull the opposite foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठोदपाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Now lift the right leg over top of the right shoulder, cross the left foot over the right, and extend the legs out to the side, balancing as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring the other foot over top, shoulder underneath, push the knee down and place the other one on the ground as you visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshva on the other side, bringing one heel to the opposite hip, the other leg over top of the knee as you twist your body around and bring your hands underneath and interlace the fingers behind your back, twisting your body even further, gazing up to your third eye and visualizing Matsyendranath.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you keep one leg straight and press the perineum with one heel, lean your chest forward and down, hold onto the front foot and bring your head towards the knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kranchasana. Now place your left ankle outside of the hip, hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards your forehead. Keep the knees straight, visualize yourself as a crane as you engage the Mula Bandha.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side, keeping the opposite heel against the perineum, leaning forward and down. Perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, moving the prana up and down within your body.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kranchasana on the other side. As you bring the other heel outside of the hip, extend the opposite leg up, holding the foot with the knee straight, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit with the soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, the palms resting on the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity as you visualize a swastika.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Godakshasana. As you keep your feet in the same position, cover your heels with the respective hands. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing the great sage Godaknath as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Pakasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum and the right foot on the left thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the Enlightened One. As you gaze to your third eye, perform the Mula Bandha and re-enter the Shanmukhi Mudra once more. As you exhale, close your eyes with the index fingers, nose with the middle fingers, mouth with ring and little fingers, the ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वौ गुदौ संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you keep your feet on top of the opposite knees, place your hands on the ground beside your body with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start breathing in Kakachantra Kumbhaka, rolling up the tongue and keeping your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. As you inhale through the rolled up tongue, cooling down your body.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands next to your body and push your body off the mat, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting your body up. Stay seated in this position as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो वो गोड़ासन दिधरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. From Padmasana, lift your body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूरोनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, place your hands between the thighs and calves. Lean forward and while sitting, reach your hands behind your body in Parasha Mudra. As you bring your forehead to the floor, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bowl.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोड़ासन दिमाही करिधरे.
The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Sitting in Padmasana, lift your knees and insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you bend your elbows and hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands, visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाईजंग पर दक्षिण बावा दाईजंग पर बाईं ल्यावा.
The next asana is Granthi Bedasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. Bend your elbows, hold the respective shoulders, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze at the nose and rejoice, knowing you're in Shiva's secret knot posture.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठाकृतिभेदासनं शुभम्.
The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you roll onto your back, hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands and gaze to the nose, embodying a turtle laying on its back.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Next up is Pangu Kukutasana. From Padmasana, place both hands through the gap of the thighs and calves. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up off the mat, balancing on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster and perform the mula bandha.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य प्रतिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Lift your body up onto the other hand as you repeat Pangakukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य प्रतिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Gridrasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes, interlace your fingers, and rest your chin on the knuckles. Keep your thumbs pressed to the throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. From Padmasana, hold one hand over the other with the palms facing upwards. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. All three bandhas engaged.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. From Padmasana, place your palms on top of the knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. From Padmasana, keep the left hand on the left knee and hook the right hand around the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you pull your elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring, moving the big toe in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you repeat the movement on the other side as well.
वक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
आसनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Dridhasana. Now maintain Karmakasana 3. Lift your chest up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing that you are the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagadasana. From Karmakasana 3, with your arms behind your back, roll onto your back. Hold on to the big toes if you can. Otherwise, lay on your arms in Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a snake.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोटाने दो भूहात पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. As you lie on your back, bend your knees with the feet off the ground. Embrace your knees to the chest with the head touching the knees. Roll your body up into a ball as you breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पित्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Pavanasana. Lay on your back with the knees raised together, feet flat on the ground. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनग्राभे गोडा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. Lie on your back and bend your knees as you keep your feet flat on the mat and place the upturned palms underneath your heels. Lift your hips up as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. Perform the Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shiki Pitakasana. Lie supine and raise your hips up. Support your hips with your hands, placed at the waist, as your elbows bear the weight of your body. Press your chin to the through the throat, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशीपीठकम्.
Next up is Nadakasana. As you lie supine, raise your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support if needed, but then place your elbows and hands flat on the mat below. Balance as you visualize traversing Nadaka, hell unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Next up is Tiryanokasana. From Nadakasana, bring your hands to the lower back and keep your elbows on the mat. Raise your legs up vertically and slowly lower and angle them down, keeping your core engaged. Visualize your abode crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नजेत्.
The next asana is Dvajasana. Now bring your arms back flat on the mat. Keep your legs straight as a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations.
नौकावत् ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now gently lower your body down to the mat as you lie supine. Contract the perineal region and pull the Kundalini Shakti up your spine, performing the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Bring it up to the Brahmarandha. As you completely relax, unclutch from any micro movements of your body and mind, visualize your body as dead, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you as you internally chant the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start wiggling your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Raise your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hands, rocking your body from side to side. As you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations for completing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With this, let us conclude the Nityananda Yoga session. As you sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, place your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji, and chant the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasada
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nityananda. So let's begin today's power manifestation session with the Sadguru Vandana. So let's join our hand in front of your heart center as we begin with the Sadguru Vandana. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gaganasabhisham Tattvasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes, Nityanandam. So after this powerful 308 asana sequence with the Vinyasa Krama, now that your body is filled with energy, envolved with energy after this Kundalini Awakening, now it's time that we manifest the powers of Paramashiva. And after channelizing this energy in the right direction through power manifestation, so that you manifest the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva. So now we will be entering into manifesting the power of third eye. So let's get started. All of you, the prerequisite for the power manifestation is have the pen and paper with you, have the eye band with you, because we'll be manifesting the power of third eye. Have the eye band. If you don't have the eye band, have a opaque cloth with you. So you can use to close your eyes. For through a various power manifestation, you'll be needing the turn on your video all the time, and make sure that you are responding to the answers to the whatever is revelation through your third eye in the Zoom chat, or if you are in the other social media, you can, if you are in the YouTube, you can put your solution, your answer in the YouTube chat. So let's get started. Now we'll be manifesting the power of third eye. So third eye is basically a seat of, now we'll be starting the power of seeing through third eye, and all of you are going to manifest this power. So let's have the eye band with you, pen and paper with you. So now we'll be entering into the scripture reference of third eye to manifest the power of third eye. Kapalantarmano yasya Ishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena manaso dharya Lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Yes. So the translation of this beautiful verse goes as, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshya. By having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness to the source, Paramashivoham. So now let's get ready, as all of you will be manifesting the powers of third eye now. So we'll be manifesting seeing the numbers blindfolded. So let's get ready. All of you, please close your eyes and put the eye band on your eyes. Let's get ready. Let's take a few moments as you put the eye bands on your eyes. And after this, I'll be projecting you the number which you have to see through your third eye and see what Paramashivoham is revealing to you through your third eye. Now, when you are seeing through your third eye, don't put your logic into it. Don't put your tension. Just relax. Be in the relax, complete relax. Let Swamiji flow through you. Let Swamiji reveal. You don't have to apply your logic. Let the third eye reveal itself for you. So let's take a few minutes as you close your eyes with the eye bands. Okay, so now I'll be projecting you the number on your screen. See through your third eye the number which is being projected. So let's begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda.
Yes, so now you can relax slowly, very slowly. You can open your eyes and pen down what was revealed to you through your third eye. You can put your answer in the Zoom chat, and if you're in the YouTube, go on comment on the YouTube chat. And if you are in other social media, please comment there. Let's take a few moments as you pen down the answer that was revealed to you through your third eye. So now I'll be projecting you the number. Please verify the number which was revealed to you through your third eye. So one of our Zoom participant has put the number as 5. So let's see and verify that the number which was revealed and the number which was actually was matching or not. So let's see. So as you can see on your screen, the number is 653. So congratulations, those who have manifested. And I can see that Wing Singh has put the number as 5. So actually, the center number is actually 5. So congratulations, you have manifested to some extent the power manifestation. And throughout the whole day, we'll be doing the multiple power manifestation round. And this is a very good start. Now, this is happening through the third eye. So now we'll be entering into the second round. So go ahead, have the conference, chant Mahavakya. Now you can close your eyes again. Now we'll be entering into the second round. Now the Iris has put 5, 43, 6, 78. So numbers are quite close. 3 is matching, 5 is matching, and 6 is also matching in the 2 numbers. Okay, let's get ready for the next round. So please close your eyes and put the eye band on your eyes. Let's get ready. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. Drop any idea that you have apart from you being Nityananda Paramashivoham. Visualize Paramashiva has come down. So now let's get ready. Be in the continuous space of powerfulness through the japa of Om Nityananda Paramashivoham to manifest the state, phase, and powers of Paramashiva. So now I'll be projecting you the number. See through your third eye what is being revealed to you through your third eye. Do not apply your logic. And let's scan and pen down. So I'll be projecting. Let's begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. So now let's verify. Let's verify that what was being projected on your screen. And if you have any other participant want to share the revelation, go ahead and put your revelation of third eye. Okay, so I'll be projecting the number which was being projected. So let's verify what was being revealed to you through your third eye. So as you can see, the number again was 653. 653. So if you have manifested this power, congratulations. So now With this, if you have manifested the power, please go on, share it on the social media, invite your friends and families who have the power manifestation to have the cognitive shift in their life, to break their patterns. Because when there is a cognitive shift, when there is pattern breaking, the cognitive shift happens here, and it manifests as power. And things which you could not do before, you can simply start manifesting. That's why through yoga, energy is volted to you, and through power manifestation, there's a cognitive shift that happens to you. And when Swamiji himself comes for darshan, he instills he energizes, he initiates you into, it changes the very DNA of you. So now with this, we have come to the end of the power manifestation session. Now we'll be moving on to our first segment of the day, which is going to be basically the power of words. Yes, power of words, how it is important to us and how it impacts our whole life, and what needs to be done with the power of words. So let's understand the science of our power of words and how you should be handling yourself with this power. The words that you utter, how it impacts you and how it impacts others. That creates your life, because words is you. What words you chatter inside you is you. That makes you. And that has the power. So let's begin this interesting and exciting session to understand the astonishing yet the true power of words. So to start with, there are two researchers who have created visually compelling evidence of the power of sound, where are the Japanese scientists called Marutu Emoto and Fabien Maman. Now the Maman, who is a French composer, acupuncturist and geoenergician, and Helen Grimmel, she's a biologist and experiment with both healthy and cancer cells. Yes, they experiment with both the healthy cells and the cancerous cells to see how they would respond to the voice and to various instruments. So this is a very interesting research. So let's see how it came as a result. In this book, in his book, The Role of Music in the 21st Century, Maman reports that among the dramatic effects of sound, they captured in their photograph was the progressive destabilization of the structure of the cancer cell. Yes. So when they saw the report, the dramatic effect of sound they captured in their photograph was the progressive destabilization of the structure of cancerous cells. Maman says that when he played the sounds that progressed up the musical scale, the cancer cells eventually exploded.
And then the Japanese scientist, Dr. Masaru Emoto, has shown the potent effects of sound by photographing water crystals in work that was published in his books called Messages from Water, and was featured in the movie What the Bleep Do You Know? In his remarkable experiment, he played classical music, folk songs from the Japan, other countries through speakers placed next to the water samples. He then froze the water to make crystals and compared the crystalline structure of different samples. With each musical pitch, the water sample formed different and beautifully geometric crystals. When he played heavy metal music, the water crystal's basic hexagonal structure broke into pieces.
So Dr. Emoto's work goes further still. He also measures the impact of words on the crystalline structure of water. Now, the result of Dr. Emoto's experiment matches with what psychologists, researchers, and even the spiritual masters alike have shown. The words we speak and thoughts we think impact our well-being at all levels. Yes. So through this experiment and through various other research, it's found that how the power of words, the words that we utter, and the thoughts we think, it actually has impact over the whole hour of well-being at various levels. In one experiment, Dr. Emoto and 300 others assembled at the shore of a badly polluted lake in Japan and spoke aloud an affirmation of peace and gratitude. The water crystal changed from cloudy and distorted image before the prayer to the beautiful geometric crystal after the prayer. So such is the beauty of the prayer and gratitude that has so much of positive effect on the water crystal itself. Even the water crystal, after having the words of prayer and the gratitude, changed into the beautiful and geometric crystals after the prayer. Smaller group of people who repeated this experiment at other lakes around the world had the similar results, which Dr. Emoto has published in the volume of 2 of his Messages from the Water.
In another experiment, Dr. Emoto taped various words and phrases to jars of water. Afterward, he photographed the crystals formed when these water samples were frozen. Words or phrases such as thank you, love, appreciation, love thyself, produce a variety of beautiful geometric forms. On the other hand, phrases such as you make me sick or you fool produced crystals that were disconnected and chaotic.
So as you can see, even the simple crystals, water crystal has the positive and the negative impact of with the power of words, the words that were impacting the water crystal. With the positive words, it becomes beautiful, geometrical, and with the wrong words, negative words, it became distorted. Now, the implications of these simple experiments are profound, since our bodies are made up of 70% of water. Yes. Now, as now we are looking at our body, our impact of the words on ourselves. So, because 90% of our body is water, imagine how the sounds and the vibrations that fill our external environment affect our internal environment, our very self. Just in the last in slides, we saw the impact of sound on the water crystal. Imagine how the words we speak about ourselves and others affect not only our own health, but also the health and well-being of those in our life. Yes, so we are not independent of identity itself, because those words affect ourselves and the others among whom we are living with. So we have to be really conscious of the words that we utter inside and out.
Here's a small story. A man tells his friend, I haven't spoken to my wife in a week. The friend asks him, why? Are you having a fight with her? The man replies, no, I'm afraid of interrupting her.
You make your own meaning of the words uttered. What is heard and what is cognized becomes completely disconnected or unconnected. So this is the default listening of many people. There's no connection between what is heard and what is being cognized.
Then we must understand authentic listening.
So true listening is hearing and right cognizing. So when you actually hear and cognize it rightly, only then the true listening happens. Then, if that is the case, then let's understand what stops us from listening.
The incompletion. Past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues sitting in the present and suffocating us. Not letting us live the future. You can always take the example of a person witnessing a horrible murder on the beach when they were 5 years old. How that would sit inside their inner space and prevent them from enjoying anything.
Yes, Swamiji actually repeats this example again and again, that if you see a murder at the age of 5 at the beach, then you'll be afraid of going to the beach even after many years, because you will be you'll be having the memory of those incidents when you saw the murder at the age of 5. Even after years, you'll be afraid just because you had that experience. Even though currently when you are going to have going to the beach, that is totally different experience by itself. So authentic listening, listening means hearing and cognizing, happening without any interference and interference of incompletion. So when you hear and cognize without any interference of incompletion, that is listening. Without incompletion, it is like a binary code, like 0101, the computer, how the computer works in the binary code. Hearing and cognizing, permutation combination of those. So it comes with the full listening. Now with incompletions, it becomes like 0000 or 111 or 000. So yes, this is with without incompletion, it is 0101 binary code. But with incompletions, it becomes only one digit, one binary.
Then we always say in the Vedas, mantras begin with O Devas, may we hear with our ears what is auspicious, worthy of worship. May we see with our eyes what is auspicious.
So now let's understand that all the best things of life happens to you with listening. Yes. When you have the right listening, when you hear and cognize authentically and without incompletions, the best things happens to you in the life. Now, during her example, during pregnancy, Kayudha, who is the queen of demons, spent a night and contented life in Sage Narada's ashram. The child in her womb listened to all the great principles of life which was taught by the sage Narada Muni. Now, at the end of the 9th month, Queen Kayudhu gave birth to an enlightened son. And we know Prahalada, he was the one born as an enlightened son to this queen. So just even though this Prahalada, who was young, and he was actually in the mother's womb of her mother, because he was for 9 months continuously listening to Sage Narada of great principles in his ashram. When he came out from her mother's womb, he came as an enlightened being. So let's hear from Bhagavan himself as he reveals the great truth about from hearing to listening. So let's hear as Bhagavan reveals the great truth.
Whatever you want in your life, you might have come for the program here through two-way video conferencing or in the Rajya Sabha physically. You might have come here for health or to achieve more wealth in the life or successful career or spiritual evolution or enlightenment, maybe just to spend 2-3 days with me. Whatever may be the reason, please understand, whatever may be the reason, whatever may be the purpose, whatever you may want from this program, through this program, can happen in you by listening. It is with listening. When you start listening, it starts. When I say listening, I don't mean just hearing. The default hearing, which all of us have. Let me define this default hearing and listening. Default hearing means you hear some words or sound the moment you hear, some of your past incompletions stored in you, past memories, emotions, hangovers, gets triggered in you. When that gets triggered, you are just lost. You are just lost in the triggered hangover. I'll give you an example. When you were 10, you went for a beach walk. There you saw few people attacking one person, and finally that fellow is dead. You saw literally a murder in front of your eyes. Naturally, you will run away from that place. After that, you may never go to beach for a walk. Or even if you get a chance to see the beach, you may remember only this painful memory. If you carry this incompletion, the moment I start speaking, I start uttering the word beach or a beautiful walk in the evening beach, the breeze of the evening beach. Here I am talking about the beautiful, loving, very soothing experience. But there in you, that incompletion gets triggered. You are already in the mood of that being terrorized, frightened, fear, carrying that hangover, that incompletion being triggered. Understand, hearing and incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. Hearing, incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. That is what is your default hearing. Now, when I ask you to listen, I mean listen and internalize everything I am uttering without allowing the interference of that past hangover, incompletion. At least for next few hours, the program is around almost 3 hours a day, little more than 3 hours with a break. If you see, it's around 5.5 hours. Listen. At least the next few hours, next 3 days, I am requesting you to listen and internalize directly without allowing your incompletions interfering, without allowing your incompletions hitting, without hearing your incompletions disturbing, without getting your incompletions triggered. Listen. You listen and internalize, means understand, cognize. Then again listen, cognize, listen, cognize. This is like a binary action. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Like the computer. How you hear the binary code in the computer. 0, 1, 0, 1. But if the incompletions get triggered and interfere, it is not 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. It is like a 0, 1. Then again 0. The incompletions getting triggered stops the hearing and internalizing. Hearing and cognizing. Hearing and cognizing. This process gets disturbed. This process gets disturbed. Understand? When the hearing and cognizing is disturbed, you become tired. You get disturbed. And the listening gets broken. Especially Indian classrooms, you are trained not to listen. The long hours, boring syllabus, boring teachers. Naturally, you are pushed to get into the state of samadhi by sitting with open eyes. Listen. Just these next 3 days, I request you to listen and cognize without allowing your incompletions getting triggered. Without allowing your incompletions getting triggered. My commitment with you all, please listen. Please listen carefully. I can make whatever you want as reality. Please understand. I am really serious about what I am uttering. I am sincere about what I am uttering. I can make whatever you want as reality. Health, wealth, success, complete relationships, whatever you want as reality. I can make that happen. I can make whatever you want as reality. But my only request, please provide listening. This is the only wiring between you and me. It is the only wiring between you and me, connection between you and me. In Vedic tradition, words are not used just to convey some idea, concept, theory. Words are used to transmit energy. Understand? If the words are used only to convey an idea, a concept, books are enough. But in Vedic tradition, we use the words to transmit the energy, experience. So, listening is the only wiring between you and me. It's the only wiring between you and me. So I request you to provide complete listening. I request you to use the words as a bridge between you and me so that I can transmit the experience to you. Listen. When you sit with the space to listen, with the mood to listen, even silence, my silence does so much in you. Even my silence can do so much in you. So, listen. How many of you are ready to listen for the next 3 days? Raise your hand. I'm requesting you only for next 3 days. Come on, let's take an oath. Declaration to yourself. This oath is declaration to yourself. When you declare, you will be so alive, active, energetic, because your declared words sets a trend, path through which your mind needs to travel. Please repeat. I declare I am in the space of authentic listening. For the next 3 days, I decide to be in the space of authentic listening. My blessings for you to be successfully listening.
So now after this powerful revelation by Swamiji that on the authentic listening start with ourselves. Listening to yourself leads to clarity. So now when Swamiji has given such a powerful cognition, it's time that we internalize these great truths and start listening to ourselves. So for this, we'll be moving on to internalization exercise, where you can take your own time and start cognizing, internalizing these great truths. So let's enter into it. Identify all the incidents and situations where you are hearing, but not listening. Yes. So this is the first step. For example, while talking to your colleagues, they speak, but you think about your next word or thinking in your mind instead of listening to the video played during the session or Acharya speaking. During a conflict or argument with someone, you are thinking about your next reply instead of listening to what the other person is saying. So like this, many incidents will be happening in your life where you'll be hearing but not listening. So pen down all the incidents, including the situations where you were hearing but not listening. So let's get ready as we'll be taking, moving on to this internalization. Yes. So let's get ready into step 1. Now we'll be taking 5 minutes for each. And we'll be manifesting, internalizing this great truth. Just give me a moment. Yes, let's begin. So now, let's move on to the next step. Now, for each of these incidents and the situations that you have identified and you have penned down what you think about or what incompletions you go through instead of listening. For example, thinking about your next task, what you plan to do afterwards, feeling restless or irritated, planning your next reply to win over the argument or prove yourself right. So let's take another 5 minutes for this step. Let's begin. So now let's move on to the next step of this internalization exercise. Notice how irreceptive you are from when you are not in the space of listening. Complete with all the incompletions you wrote in step 2 and decide to be in a space of listening in all these situations from now onwards. Yes, your decision is so powerful it can just complete with all the incompletions. So let's begin. Let's take another few minutes for this step. Let's begin. Yes, so after this internalization exercise on the power of words and listening, now we'll be entering into the powerful making these powerful cognition as truth, as making up it powerful as a powerful manifestation in you. Let's get ready to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So have your eye bands with you. We'll be manifesting the Ashtamahasiddhis, powers of Ashtamahasiddhis. So, which are the external powers of divine. So here's a beautiful verse from the Ashtamahasiddhis from Shiva Samhita.
Yes. So let me now chant the Shastra Pramana for all of you, and then we'll move into the manifestation. Maranam kadyate tena sakenapi na kadyate tasya syat paramasiddhir animadi guna prada vayus sanyacharate dehe rasavriddhir bhave dhruvam akashapangajagala piyusamapi vardate. The translation is: Death is eaten by Paramashiva. Paramashiva is eaten by none. He manifests the highest power, such as Anima, Lahima, Mahima, and the other Ashtamaha Shaktis. The Vayu, wind energy, moves equally through his body. The juices of his body are also increased. Rasavriddhi, the nectar extruding from the ethereal lotus, Akasha Pankaja, also increases in him. Yes. Let's now manifest the powers of Paramashiva, the Ashtamaha Shaktis. Let us now start with the first power of today, where we are going to be increasing the size of an object. Yes. So all of you can take any object, whether it's a small pencil or it's a ring or anything it could be. Take that object and measure its size. For example, if you don't have a measuring scale, then you can use the paper to mark the size of the object, and using that you can measure the size of the object. So once you have measured the size of the object, then declare the size of the object to increase. And as you declare that, then intensely start chanting the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, and request Paramashiva to manifest in you the power of increasing the size. And once that is done, once the end of the manifestation, then we can verify this change in the size. Let's now begin the manifestation. Please choose an object, measure the size, and then place the object in your palm. Then intensely request Paramashiva to manifest in you. Let's begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nitya.
Yes. So now, after you have manifested this power, now verify the size again after the manifestation and before the manifestation.
Yes, so once again, keep the object and measure the size. If you use the scale, then once again, keep the scale by the object and see if there's an increase. If you used your outline to measure the size of the object, once again, keep the object inside the outline and see has there been an increase. So yes, let's now share in the Zoom chat saying, yes, I manifested this round of the power manifestation, or what your experience was. You can also tell us if you are not able to manifest so that we can help you experience that. So let's now move into the next session. Let's get ready to move into the next session. In the meantime, let me introduce the next session as all of you share your experience from this round. We have a few more moments. I encourage all the participants once again to please share if you see any increase in size. You can just say one word saying, yes, my object increased, or you can even say that my object decreased in size. That is also a manifestation. So yes, let's now move into the next session where we are going to be learning about the secret of effective communication.
So To be effective in your communication, you need to first listen consciously, meaning unclutch from your thoughts and inner world and totally be in the other's world. Then bring your awareness to your own center and speak from the space of conscious talking, talking from what is possible rather than what is by default available or logical to you.
In other words, always consciously listen into the talking. When someone is talking, listen consciously. Consciously talk into the listening. When you talk, talk in such a way that you connect with the listening of the other person and then talk from what is possible.
In the Vedic literatures, imbibing any concept is always divided into three. The first is Shravana. Shravana means listening. Manana. Second, internalizing. And Nididhyasana means living. Third is listening is the first step. So in Vedic tradition, sound is used to transmit the energy. We use sound to transmit the experience of energy also, not only used to transmit ideas, concepts, or knowledge. Words are used to awaken the Kundalini Shakti in you. So such is the power of words. So the more and more you have to be conscious of the words that you utter.
So listening is saying yes to life. When you see, when your seeing will become intense, when you enter the space of listening, your hearing will become intense, your touch and all your senses will become intense, means they'll be alive. You'll be able to feel those each and every part of your um, sense that you receive into your consciousness. Listening means saying yes to life. Only when you say no to life, tiredness and boredom enters into you.
So let's understand that listening is saying yes to life itself. So listening starts with listening to yourself, listening to ourselves. Listening to you is listening to others. Because listening to yourself is equal to clarity. It brings clarity to you.
Because we don't listen to ourselves, we don't listen to others. Because we don't listen to others, we don't listen to ourselves. So let's now watch a beautiful and a powerful satsang where Swamiji shares the science of the right way, the art of right way to listen.
Today's subject, today's sutra is art of right listening. Listening has been prescribed as a first step in almost all spiritual traditions in the world. Rishis, the oldest spiritual tradition, Vedic tradition, they start with the spirituality with the word Shravana, listening. Buddhist tradition starts the 8 steps for nirvana. First step is right listening. J. Krishnamurti, the modern day master, goes a step ahead, step further, says right listening is God. He gives the place of God to right listening. What is exactly right listening? Hearing is different, listening is different. Hearing means sound enters into your ears, gets processed. Either it creates fear or greed or different emotions. Listening means sound enters into your system and gets absorbed into your system, leads your system from sound to silence. Understand? It's like almost if the pond is dirty, if you put little lime powder, the lime powder will take the dust and settle on the ground. So in few minutes, the whole pond will be clean. Same way, the right listening is put on chaotic mind, the mind which is full of words. Right listening is sprinkled, sprayed, like a lime powder. It will take away all the dust, which is words and thoughts in your mind, and settle down on the ground. Right listening means the sounds which leads you from sound to silence. The right listening can happen when you are ready to listen with anything. Chirping of the bird can lead you to enlightenment. Sound of bamboo can be the Upanishad mantras. The sound of Ganges can be the Anagata Dvani. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system, everything that reverberates in your inner space leads you to silence. Of course, the possibility for right listening, the happening of right listening happens more in the presence of a living master, an incarnation, who himself has experienced the anahata dvani, the sound which is uncreated in his inner space. Again and again and again, the emphasis on right listening is put. Because the right listening is an independent, intelligent technique which can directly lead you to the higher space and higher reality. With the right listening, you will understand the sound waves which reaches your inner space is deeper than the visions which reaches your inner space. When I say this, I mean the sounds which you are hearing now, the words which are entering your inner space are more stronger, more truthful, more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. the wax out of which the scenes are created, which you are seeing around you, is of much lower quality than the words which are reaching your inner space. The sound which I am creating now, which is reaching your inner space, is more stronger base material to create what you want than what you are seeing as a scene. As long as you feel what you are seeing is more stronger reality than what you are hearing, you are in illusion, maya. You are hallucinating. The right listening has not yet happened in you. When you feel what you are listening, the words which are entering your inner space is more powerful than the scene you are seeing. The right listening is happening in you. Sit with deep awareness. How the words are touching your ears and reverberating your inner space. You will see the words which are touching your inner space and reverberating, and the reactions created by them, and the space created by them, consciousness happens in you by them, are more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. This is what I call art of right listening. Better I will use the word science of right listening. The word art is too much loaded and unabused by too many people with too many words. Science of listening. As rishis describe, listening in their own way, Shravana, Buddha describes right listening. Krishnamurti describes right listening is God. I'll add my part to the right listening. I'll give you a powerful process for right listening. Bring your awareness to the third eye area, forehead. See very clearly the sounds. Sounds is the right word, not even words. Sounds from the master. How it penetrates your third eye. Please understand, sounds from master reaches your system through your third eye, not through your ears. Ordinary words which leads you to more and more words reaches you towards your ears. The words which leads you from sound to silence, the sounds which leads you from sound to silence reaches your system through third eye. Have your awareness in the third eye. See how the words are penetrating and how they are reverberating and what kinds of meanings, emotions, experiences they are creating in your system. Just see the whole thing. Seeing the whole thing is listening. Understand? Listen through the third eye. Whatever happens inside, see it. That's all. This is a powerful process to listen. Whenever you find time, sit with Master's discourses, words, listen through third eye, you will have new understanding. By the end of the discourse, you would have been already put in deep silence. Never ever listen to a person who creates more thoughts in you. Listen to the words and a person who leads you to the deeper and deeper space of silence and higher space of realities. The Master's words come from a frequency where what you are seeing as the world is too small. What you see as the world is illusion in my space. So anything comes from my space and reaches your inner space lead you to the same experience of my space. So any word which comes from this inner space and enters your inner space leads you to the same experience of my inner space. Means this is smaller reality than the sounds created. Sit with this science of right listening. The process of science of right listening. It is enlightenment. I don't want to say it will lead you to enlightenment. It is enlightenment. What Upanishads calls as Shravana, what Buddha calls as Sammati, what J. Krishnamurti calls as right listening is God. I am giving you this process to make all the three as experience into you. My unique contribution to the spiritual tradition is creating processes, sharing the processes with the world to make every truth into experience, reality. So, I'll add my part to the Shravana, Sammati, right listening. This part, the science of listening. Sit with your awareness on the third eye, listen through the third eye, and see how the sounds penetrate your system and how it reverberates in your system. What all emotions, experiences, expressions, ripples it creates, and those ripples and emotions and experiences where it leads you, just see. You will experience right listening, as rightly said by J. Krishnamurti, God Himself. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Yes, so with that beautiful satsang, let's now internalize these powerful truths in our life. Look at our life and see, yes, how am I manifesting these powerful truths? How do I manifest these powerful cognitions in my daily life? So let's start with identifying the instance in your life where you remember people did not listen to you when you spoke. Try to remember the first instance. Maybe it was during a family gathering where all of your family members were there, and you were trying to tell your uncles or your relatives, saying that, hey, I want to show you something, but they were like, okay, okay, wait, we'll talk to you later. And they were just continuing talking to your parents or something like that. And you were like, what is this? Why does no one want to listen to me? It may be an incident where in your school you always wanted to try to answer the questions, but there were some other kids who were faster than you who answered the questions. So, like this, take a few minutes now to look into your life and see where was the first time that any of these sort of incidents happened in you. Let's begin.
So now let's move on to the next step after turning down. Now look and see, are you talking into their listening? Are you ensuring to catch other person's listening? Are you talking from your own center? So let's internalize on this second step. Let's take a few moments. So now let's move on to the third step of this exercise. For each situation, identify the incompletions inside you that stops you being in your center and talking into other person's listening. And then after identifying, complete with all of those incompletions. So let's begin. First, identify all the incompletions inside you that stops you being in your center and talking into other person's listening. And then complete with all of them. So let's begin.
So now let us move to the power manifestation, where we are going to be now moving the next round, which is increasing the weight of yourself or an object. So let's begin the power manifestation. Now measure the weight of yourself or the object. First choose, do you want to manifest this power on an object or do you want to manifest on yourself? So choose one and take the base measurement. Let's take a few minutes to do this. We'll be projecting the other instructions also. Take a minute now to measure yourself or a particular object. To measure an object, you can use a phone application you can download from the Google Play Store. It gives you option to place small objects which are less than 1 kg on top of your phone, and you can measure the weight of the object. It will give you a rough approximation. So maybe 2 or 3 times of checking the weight and find the average of what it tells that the weight of the object is. And then after that, you can keep the object in your palms, or if it's yourself that you're manifesting this power with, then sit down and close your eyes, connect with Paramashiva, start declaring the change of the weight and continue to chant the Mahavakya. Finally, we'll be verifying our manifestation. So let's begin the first round.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, so now let's take a moment to verify our manifestation. All of you can take the object, once again, place it on top of your measuring scale, and you can see, is the object increased in weight or has the weight decreased? You can also see if your weight has increased or decreased. So let us also now, once we have verified, let's share our results in the Zoom chat. And in the meantime, let's move to the round 2 of the manifestation. So once again, we're going to be manifesting the power on an object or on ourselves. So once again, take an object or yourself, if you're manifesting on yourself, and measure the weight, measure your weight or the weight of the object, and then come back and be seated. Place the object in your hand if you're working with an object, or you just sit down and close your eyes. Connect with Paramashiva. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Declare the change to happen and start chanting the Mahavakya. Let's begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, now let's verify our manifestation. Actually, some participants have shared that they have experienced the manifestation. Like Kailasa Taiwan had said that their bracelet had increased by 0.05 millimeters. That's wonderful. As the first level of the manifestation, congratulations, you have manifested the power. So yes, so all the other participants can also share what you experienced during this manifestation, all the words, all the increase in the manifestations that you had, all the powerful cognitions you experienced, everything that you learned during this session. Let's now take a few minutes to share on social media. So with this, we'll be now moving to the sharing, and then after that, we'll be starting with the next session.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Yes, Nityanandam, and welcome to all the participants back. So, hope you all shared your manifestations and powerful clicks that you had. So, let us now move into the next session of today's program, where we are going to be learning about listening to others. So, speaking into the listening of others is something that all of us need to learn, because when we talk to someone, for example, when you talk to your spouse, which many of you might be facing in your life, you may be seeing that you are saying something but your spouse is understanding something, which leads to lot of conflict in your family. Or it could even be with your colleagues at work, or it could be with anybody. When you talk, unless you talk into the listening of the person, they are not going to be catching what you are saying. They are going to be only seeing the how you are offending them. They might think that what am I going to get out of this? They'll only be looking at the greed aspect, but they will not be listening to what you are trying to tell them to do. So learning how to talk into others listening is something important. So that's what we are going to be learning in this session with the powerful cognitions from Swamiji. So let's start understanding with how to speak into others' listening. So speak into your own listening. How often do you do this? Or how often do you listen to yourself when you're talking? You are unable to train yourself because of this. You're not listening to yourself, so you don't know what you're talking, and you're not able to train yourself. Knowing something is good but not following it, and knowing something is wrong and continuously doing it, we always enter into this pattern.
So let us understand, whenever we want to speak into listening of others, it always starts with listening to yourself. And what exactly it means by listening to yourself? Let's say you are having a spicy food and your body is continuously giving certain signals, like you are feeling burning sensations or different kind of feeling that is coming, but you are not attending to it. Or you know that yoga is good for your health. You are fully convinced that you need yoga for a healthy body, but you do not decide to do yoga. Means you know that it is good for you, but still you do not do it. You know waking up early morning is good for your health, but you continue to sleep till late morning. Or you know that alcohol or smoking is not good for your health. You are fully convinced about it, but you continue to do it. So there are various such instances where we know that something is not good for us, or our body specifically gives a signal multiple times that this is not good for me, but we continue to dump it. Specifically when it comes to the food style and the lifestyle that we have, we go on dumping food within our body, whereas body continue to give the signal that this food is not good for me, and we go on giving. So these are the various areas, where you need to start looking into that you are not listening to yourself. That is where you are lacking listening to yourself. So understand, when you are not able to speak into your listening, you will have no respect for your thinking. Okay, understand, as much as respect you will have for your thinking, that much success you are going to have in your life. And as an example, we know that the many things that we know that this is right for me, but we ourselves do not take action for that, do not take any further action on that to attend to that thinking. And when we do not do that, we ourselves stop respecting to our thinking. So when we start speaking into our listening, we will know how to speak into others' listening also. That means the very first thing about speaking into others' listening starts with listening to yourself. So you have to start listening to yourself. Speaking into your listening, you will become more and more Advaitic, more authentic. And speaking into other listening, you will become more and more expansive. So when you start speaking into your listening, you will have more and more experience of oneness. You will start experiencing oneness. You will start getting established into oneness. You will start functioning from the space of oneness. And when you start speaking into others' listening, you will start becoming expansive. You will start expanding your life.
So there is a question which we all have. I want to do something, but I don't know how to do. Many of us have faced this dilemma in our life where we want to do something, we know that we have to do it, but we don't know how to do it. For example, when a pain pattern gets triggered inside you, whenever you want to learn something new and create something inside you, there is a pain pattern which got created in the young age, where you have a cognition that learning is very difficult. So you have to complete with this pain pattern and relieve yourself from that, but suddenly you feel that I want to complete but I don't know how to complete. That incompletion inside you, to remove that incompletion, unless you take the first step of finding out how to complete, how to do the process of completion, you will not be able to come out of that pattern. But always we think that, okay, life has to tell us how to do, or someone has to tell us how to do, and until that we don't take the action. So listening to ourselves and taking the action of what is there inside us and making that complete, that is listening to ourselves. So the past pains getting triggered and are the only obstacle for you not speaking into your listening. So let us now watch a powerful satsang where Swamiji is going to be explaining in more detail about the powerful truths of speaking into your listening. Let's now be in the space of listening and imbibe these powerful cognitions.
Listen, today I am going to teach you a very important method called speaking into your listening. Please listen. Listen to these words. Speaking into your own listening. Many times people tell me, Swamiji, I know this is the right path, but I am not able to do. Why? What to do? Addictions. Unable to train yourself. Knowing something is right and not doing it. Knowing something is wrong and continue to do it. All this is because you are not able to speak into your listening. Means even you are not listening what you are saying. Am I right? Even you are not listening what you are planning. Even you don't have respect for your thinking. Then who will respect your thinking? How much your thinking is respected, that much you will be successful in your life. That's all. Understand? When you learn to speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Today I am going to teach you both. Speaking into others' listening, speaking into your listening. When you speak into your listening, you will become more and more Advaitic, authentic. When you speak into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive. How many of you understand what I am saying? See, life is all about speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. It is not just because I am in the speaking profession. Whatever may be your profession, it is nothing but speaking into yours listening, speaking into others' listening. Whether your family, love, life, friends, partners, business, team, wherever. Life is nothing but speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Am I right? I have seen two doctors passing out from the same college. After 10 years, one is the owner of chain of hospitals. The another one is sitting in the same old village and reading the same old Hindu newspaper with that big glass, having patients come to remove the teeth for 5 rupee, injection 7 rupee. Same. Same profession. If you are not able to speak into others' listening, how you practice? If you are able to speak into others' listening, the way you practice is totally different. How many of you understand what I am saying? So today, practicing to live, practicing our ability to speak into your listening and others' listening. What do you think as the ultimate reality in your life? Can anyone shout out? Just shout out from there. Enlightenment, bliss. I can say bliss is the utility word of enlightenment experience. Enlightenment is the See, bliss is like applied science, enlightenment is original science, pure science. Speaking into your listening, speaking into others' listening. Now you all said, the ultimate reality is enlightenment. Today let us take few minutes. You pen down, listen. First pen down few ways how you are going to convince you, speak into your listening that enlightenment is the ultimate reality and how to make that as a lifestyle. Listen, first listen. Pen down something to speak into your listening. And second part, pen down how you are going to speak into the listening of your whole group and make them understand this is the ultimate reality. A small homework exercise. Then I will lead you to the main process. Just a small process. Understand? Listen. First, pen down few thoughts. It can be 1 page, 2 page. How you are going to speak into your listening. This is the ultimate reality I want to achieve. Second page. How you are going to speak into the group's listening. Make everyone in the group understand that this is the ultimate reality. You should be able to face their questions and get shaken. Why people are afraid of questions, They are afraid before they convince the other person, the questioner may convince them. When you are not sure about your position, you are afraid of questions. Few minutes, shall we do this homework? Listen, this will really help you to raise your authenticity and the space of Advaita. It will help you in a big way. So the first question, how you are going to speak into your own listening and make you understand about the ultimate reality is enlightenment. It is required for you. How to achieve it, all that. And how you are going to speak into the listening of the group, teamily. Make them understand it is the ultimate reality for them. So each question at least answer in 1 full page. some reason you lost the whole $10 million. Again you start. What a big loss and foolishness, stupidity it is. Like that only many times you think, build a strategy about your life, come to a conclusion after 1 or 2 years of thinking. But suddenly you don't follow and you are back to square one. Then how much of energy is wasted in your confused thinking and time? How many of you understand that? When you don't have a power to speak into your listening, that is what exactly is happening to your life. And you don't even remember the loss you are going through. At least with money you know, because it is number. With this mind you don't even know the loss you are going through, because you don't know amount of energy going outlet. It's like a diarrhea, you can't measure. You only know how many times you went. How much you went, you don't know. Understand? Like that, how many years you wasted, you can understand. But not how much you wasted. You understand what I am saying? Now, little raw example, that is okay. After all, I am a village boy, so that's all. That is why that speaking into your listening is required. I can give you one example. I decide yoga is good for me. It will cause my ultimate reality. Once now I decide, I don't need to convince me again, waste my time again into thinking into it. Every day I will be there on time doing yoga. Now only everyone understands what is speaking into your listening. It is possible. I'll make it happen. You pen down this process. The next step you will see. I'll make it happen.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. So that was another powerful satsang of where Swamiji talked about the science of speaking into your listening. So the two components of speaking are moving others to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. These are the main two things that we always try to do when we talk to someone. So first thing is trying to impress others about you. When you are not convinced about you, whatever way you try to impress people about you, you are not impressed about that. Still, you have a doubt about it because you yourself are not convinced about what you're telling people. You may tell that I have this, I am this person, I know this, but end of the day, when you try to tell someone who you are not convinced because you know that that is not the fact. Ultimately, you know that that is not the fact, and when you have that space even the other person will know that you are not actually telling who you are just trying to impress them. So when you talk about what you are not convinced, the other person will also never be convinced and does not give their attention to you. They don't listen to you, and you will not be speaking into the person's listening.
So when you start speaking, you need to decide that you are complete about what you feel as you. But this is the first thing that Swamiji said, that many times when we are speaking with others, either we are trying to convince them about ourselves, or we are trying to move them for the work that we want to get it done. And for the first part, we need to be convinced about ourselves, because unless we are convinced, we will not be able to convince other person about yourself. Further, Swami said that you do not need to impress the other person about you. The only thing that you need to do is to move the other person, and he should do as you want them to do. So whenever you have a block, you will not be able to penetrate the other person's inner space. So wherever you feel incomplete about it, wherever you are having incompletions, or you are not convinced about yourself, the same place other person is also going to reflect. The same block other person is also going to be showing to you. So when you are not able to speak into others listening, that is exactly where you are stuck with your own ideas, with your own incompletions. That means you need to complete. So for any of the cause or for the mission that you want to convince somebody, or for any of the project that you want to convince, or for any of the powerful cognitions, if you are not able to convince other, that means you have not manifested that as your powerful cognition, or you yourself are having some incompletion where you are stuck with it. That means other person is directly reflecting your incompletions, your blocks that you have when you are having conversations with other person. You can, if you are able to speak into other person listening, you will see that your block, your incompletion will also melt down, and you will become very clear. And that is where you will see the power of causing comes. Whenever you are making a causing call, whenever you are working to cause somebody's reality, to bring them for the program, or do Pada Puja, or become SJP Yajman, or for any other seva, you will see that the other person reflects exactly your incompletion. So if you are able to move other person, that means you have brought completion into those areas for yourself also. And that is where it becomes so powerful, that the other person is able to exactly reflect, which you are not able to find it out by yourself, by sitting with yourself or by any other process. And you just get involved into the causing others reality. You will start seeing that all your incompletions will start getting exposed to you. You will start seeing that, and then when you decide to complete with all of that, other person also moves and you also move. So now let us get into one of the video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be talking about how to move others through the powerful speech. Means how to speak into others listening and move them for what you want them to do.
I am telling you, neither you can 100% speak into your listening, nor you can 100% speak into others listening, because you are off, others are off. When you can speak into your listening, other listening, authentically, only then you will be able to speak into your listening 100%, others listening 100%. How many of you are thinking, first I will speak into my listening 100%, then I will speak into others listening? Raise your hand. It is foolish. How many of you are thinking, I will speak into others listening, I don't care about speaking into my listening? Raise your hand. Again, this is foolishness. Understand? It is, you go on doing both becomes complete, perfect. Because you are not 100% stored in you. You think all your treasure is in your hand. Already some fellows have put the hole in your backyard and pulled out the treasury. You are only sitting safeguarding the front door. Because the front door is not opened, front door of the treasury is locked and you have the key, you are thinking your treasury is safe. Already some fellow has gone through the back door and drilled and pulled many things, you are sitting with a empty. You understand? Your 100% is not with you. Same way, your 100% is not with others. Still, at least the empty locker you are having and your key you are having. So, it has to be a simultaneous process, speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Both should be from powerful, complete space. Listen, listen. Listen here. Say, how many of you listen? You feel, first let me completely speak into my listening, only then I will speak into others' listening. Raise your hand. Whenever you try to speak into others' listening, you will always carry the incompletion. I myself not complete. How can I speak into others' listening? Am I right? So that makes you powerless. All these people, I don't care about whether I am speaking into my listening. Let me speak into others' listening. Again, you are feeling powerless. How many of you are getting it? Actually, many times you speak into others' listening even though you are not convinced. You are not able to speak into your listening. Many times. When you try to make your husband disciplined, wife disciplined, look in. Are you convinced about that? No. So that time, again, because you feel you are not convinced but you are speaking into others' listening, you will be powerless. Both, if it is done as a part by part, it is powerlessness. Both done as a lifestyle out of powerfulness reaches completion. That is what I am saying. If you start doing, both is similar. Both have a strong connection. Listen. Please, all of you, look here. Can you all look here? Look here for a few minutes. I am giving you the tips for speaking into others' listening. Usually when you start speaking to others, you are always planning to impress on others who you are, instead of what you need to make them do. See, there are two components in speaking. Moving them to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. Impressing them about you should be only for moving them to do what you want. But most of the time, you try to impress them about you, and the funny thing, whatever way you try to impress them about you, you are not impressed about that. Still you have doubt about it. That is why you project your SDHD on them and make it as ADHD. Understand? Attention deficiency happens in the other person. ADHD happens only when you have SDHD. When your statements are from SDHD, means self-doubt. You are not completely convinced. You try to project that on the others, using the same concept and try to impress them. Other person will not be giving you attention. He will not be giving you listening. You will not be speaking into his listening. You think he has ADHD. No, you have SDHD. ADHD happens in other person if you have SDHD when you speak. How many of you understand what I am saying? That's all. So don't ever blame others' ADHD. It is your SDHD. Understand? Actually, layer by layer, I am making the cognition happen in you. The cognitive shift. When you start speaking, decide you are complete about what you feel as you. You do not need to impress the other person about you. Now, only thing you need to do is move the other person. You should do as you want through your words. That is what is speaking into the listening of the other person out of completion. Don't try to impress the other person by trying to show who you are. When whatever component of you are trying to make others believe again and again, be very clear you are not believing. I have seen this in my life, let me tell you openly. I will constantly make the people around me to believe that I am working hard, but I myself don't believe. No, really I am telling you. In my heart I don't believe I am working hard. I feel whole life is going so beautiful and smooth. What is there in this work? This is what I like. When I wake up, I just want to come and see you guys. That's all. I just want to spend time with you guys. And I am spending. You have any question? I'll answer. You have any doubt? I'll clarify. You have any disease? I'll heal. You have any wishes? I'll bless. That's all I want to do. You have any reality? I'll cause it. If I am not able to directly do it by mystical way, the metaphysical way, then let me prepare you to receive that metaphysical transmission. That's all is the whole program is all about. See, many things what you want can be directly transmitted metaphysically. Whenever you need little more sensitivity to receive that metaphysically, you are just prepared through all these process, programs, everything. That's all is the whole life. My life is so simple. I have put my whole life and mission in this 4-5 statement. Everything boils down to this. So I don't feel actually I am working hard. But I have to convince this first team that I am working hard so that they will become more authentic. I'll go on be convincing them because I am not convinced. To tell you honestly, I am not convinced at all that I am working hard. I only feel my life is a celebration, vacation. Who will get 21 days nice vacation to be in Varanasi happily? That's the way I look at my life. That's the way I am perceiving. Anyhow, I am giving you this example. In being, I don't believe I am working hard. I only believe life is going so smooth, so beautiful. Say, hard working is the ideology, the word you use to justify the inner conflicts which you are not able to complete. If you complete all the inner conflict, you won't feel like life is hard work. It's all smooth joyride. How many of you understand what I am saying? But that does not mean because you don't believe you are doing hard work, you will not come for yoga. I don't believe I am doing hard work, but I don't miss any of my sessions. I don't miss any of my commitments. So you also be like that, integrated, authentic, then believe you don't do hard work. That is perfectly all right. And you neither do work nor believe you are doing hard work. Actually, when you believe you are doing hard work only, you don't work. Because from morning till night, you are in the mode of too much is in my plate. How much I can do? I am tired. Ba 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 ba. Too much is in my plate. What do you mean by too much is in the plate? Everything is grabbed. Do not try to impress others about some part of you because it means you are not convinced about that part of you. That's first truth. Second, whenever you speak, always be aware You should be speaking to move the other person. Move the other person. How many of you understand? Now, can we have a few minutes discussion? Now you are going to move the other person, convincing the other person's ultimate reality is only enlightenment. See, if that person is already convinced, he is spoken to, he is listening, he has no question, leave him. Don't torture him. So don't catch people and say, I have to practice now talking into others listening. I will listen, speaking to you, you have your doubt. No. Clear? See, listen. For example, I'll give you this example. 10 people are there in your team. No, 10 people are there in your team. 4 persons have a question. Speak into their listening and make them understand. 6 people don't have questions. Thank them, that's all. Understand? But end of the conversation, the whole team in their listening and in others' listening should be able to speak about the ultimate reality. This one truth. All of you are clear about the process? Shall we start? Start. Understand, this is one of the best powerful process, dharana of training you. The self-training dharana. Self-building dharana. Like body building, it is self-building, conscious building. Everyone is ready? Let us make our Vedanta reality, not the theory. See, in one book fair, in Ramakrishna Mission bookstore, the volunteer was standing. There was a Brahmasutra Bhashya, commentary of Brahmasutra by Shankara, commentary of Brahmasutra by Ramanuja. The whole Hinduism has suffered so much between this fight between these two thought schools. Somebody came and asked the volunteer, what is the difference between this and this? Brahmasutra, Shankara Bhashya and Shankara's commentary and Ramanuja's commentary. The volunteer coolly replied, 35 rupees. So understand. Most of the time, we speak in that level only. Now, you will speak into your real listening and speak into others' listening. Let's make Vedanta into reality, not 35 rupee gap. Means that much only that volunteer has studied both those books. He knows only both the books, cost. Come on. Please get back to your teamily and start. Listen. It's a teamily exercise. When A speaks to B, C, D, E, F, everyone will provide listening. So only one person in a group will be speaking. But the other person can question. Because you have to speak till he is listening. Till you have spoken into his listening. You will see, you will get exactly the questions which you are not able to convince about you. If you are not able to convince about you, you will not be able to convince the other person. If you can't speak into your listening, you can't speak into their listening. Even when you speak, if you are able to speak into their listening, your doubt also will be cleared. You will be speaking into your listening. It is like a churning. See, in Ganga, so many big stones will fall into Ganga. Ganga will beat each stones with each other and roll it. Finally, both will become Shivalinga and she will give it to us and go. So she will take so many stones and beat them all with each other. In that high power rotation, all the stones will become Shivalinga and she will leave it. Like that, I am taking all of you and beating all of you together in the flow of my energy. And all of you will become Shivalingas. That's all.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasada
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Nityanam everyone. So now we are going to get into the internalizing exercises where we are going to use all the powerful cognitions and the technique that Swamiji gave and manifest that ability to speak into our listening and speaking into others listening. So you are going to be having three-step this process is a three-step process. In the first step, you are going to identify all the instances where you were unable to make other person to do what you want, not where you were able to move them, but all the instances where you wanted them to do some work but they did not do, means you are not able to make them do what you wanted them to do, or where you even avoided to attempt to think that they will not do what you want. So you had the thinking, you wanted to tell them but you did not even bother to tell. You felt some hesitation or some incompletion came in between and you decided to withdraw from even telling them. Or there will be situations where you decided to tell them but they did not listen, they did not move. Okay, so that is the first step. In the second one, you are going to identify the block within you that is reflected in that situation and in other person. So whenever you are having a conversation with some person, you have to see where the actual block is, where the person is not able to move. That is the place you are also not able to move yourself. So you have to identify that block within you. And then you are going to look into the incompletion associated with that. And the very first incident at one after another, all the three steps you have to work on it. And also, if you have any doubt related to this, if any of the steps are not clear, let us know through the message. We'll respond to that. I am also projecting the steps on the screen.
Yes, now that we have internalized our life and seen the various places where people didn't give us listening, where we did not talk into other people's listening, now that we know that incompletions, those pain points inside us, now drop all of them at Swamiji's feet. Yes, they happened, but now we need to complete with those, because only if we complete with it, we'll be able to experience completion. We'll be able to talk into other people's listening. So now take a moment to just close your eyes and drop it at Swamiji's feet. From now, you will talk into other people's listening. You will not hold back thinking that in the past people did not listen to me, so I am not going to listen to other people. Or you don't hold that in completion, saying that in the past I tried to talk into people's listening. I tried to talk about what they wanted to hear, but I did not do that. I was not able to do that. Drop all of those incompletions now. So with this, we'll be moving into the power manifestation now to bolt this experience in us, to bolt this completion inside us. So let's now manifest the power of the Ashtamaha Shakti. We are going to be increasing the weight of an object. So let's all now choose a particular object that we want to manifest the power with. It can be even a small bangle, it can be a ring, it can be your phone's charger, or it can be your phone itself. You can try to increase the size of that object. So, we'll be increasing the weight of that object. Now, to do this power manifestation, there are many apps on the App Store if you're using Apple, or on the Google Play Store, that you can download and use. Those apps will be able to measure the weight of objects which are less than 100 grams, or some of the apps can even measure which are less than 500 grams. So just choose any one application and download it. The apps will be giving you a rough estimate. It's not the actual weight of the object. So make sure that you take an average of 2 or 3 measurements and then write that down. So once you measure the object, then we'll be moving into the power manifestation, where keep that object in your hand and close your eyes. Intensely declare, saying that Paramashiva, I am declaring as you that this object's weight will increase now. Declare that and hold that space by intensely starting to chant the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, and visualize the weight of the object increasing. See that the object's weight is increasing in your third eye, and then at the end of the manifestation, we'll be verifying our manifestation once again. So let's begin now.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Yes. Nitano, everyone. All of you can relax now. So let me know the result of your power manifestation. So all of you can take the measurement, the weight measurement of the object with which you are doing the power manifestation, and see if there is any difference, whether it is increased or decreased. In previous round, we all were working on increasing the weight of object, but even if it has decreased, you have manifested power. So you can share the experience of your power manifestation through chat here, and we'll get into the another session which is on sincerity versus seriousness. We are going to understand the difference between both of these and the spiritual significance of being sincere, and how seriousness impacts our consciousness, how does it impact our life itself. We are going to look into all of that, and we are also going to be learning through the video the importance that Swamiji is sharing about being sincere and what actually you can gain by being sincere in your life. So you are going to start with one of the small story that Swamiji shares with all of us, and through this story we'll be able to understand that basically the difference between seriousness and sincerity, and how we all are serious about things that we are doing in our life. It may be different for different people, but for everyone else, for all of us, we are doing from the same state. The state of consciousness is remaining same. So the story says that two boys were building sand castles on a beach, and they suddenly had a quarrel. They fought with each other, and one of the boy got angry and he kicked the sand castles. The other boy went and complained to the king about his serious problem. There's so much of time, effort, energy that he put to build the sand castle, and the another kid just like that he destroyed it by kicking the sand castle. And we all know that when we look, at our age, when we look at this whole thing, it will look so silly that, for such a simple thing, how somebody can be quarreling and being so serious about it. So same way the king began to laugh at him for getting so upset over silly sand castles. But the king's advisor, who was a Zen monk, he was an enlightened being, he started laughing at the king, because he could understand something more and he wanted to tell something more to king through this whole incident that was happening. And the Zen master started laughing, and because Zen master started laughing, the king was surprised, and he asked, that why the master is laughing on it. And master replied that when you can fight battles and lose sleep over the stone castles, why do you laugh at these boys for fighting over the sand castles? So at the different age, the different activity may look, something big, serious, something of importance. But as we mature, those things start looking very silly. So at the age of the kids, the sand castle itself is too serious for them, something too big for them. But as he grew and become elder, becoming the king, for him the sand castle is too small, but stone castles looks too big for him. And here the Zen master, the enlightened master, is telling for him, because he is in the space of enlightenment, he is much mature than both of them. He is seeing both of that at the same. And that's what Swami is saying, that all our seriousness is just about the sand castles. For a child at that young age, sand castles seem precious, whereas at our age, stone castles seems precious. That's all. But whether it is a sand castle or the stone, the seriousness behind it is the same. The activity may have changed, but the attitude is still same. The object may be different, but the subject, the seriousness, is the same. So seriousness, understand what seriousness does. Seriousness closes our mind to the openness and the freedom of life. It makes us dull, dead, it curbs our thinking and makes us stick to the familiar pattern that we know and use all the time. We have this attitude of saying this work has to be done in this way, or this is the way to do this activity. And many times we are so strict about it, so closed about it, that we are not ready to adapt any other methods, any other possibility that could be there. And we are so serious, strict, this is the way it has to happen. And when we get into that attitude, that really closes our mind, it closes the freedom of the life, the various possibility, the various way that exist to accomplish certain things or experience certain things in our life.
Yeah, now let us see the small story. In a Zen monastery, there was a competition among the disciples over who had maintained the best garden. One disciple was of a serious nature. He took the competition quite seriously, and he always kept his garden neat, clean, and well swept. All the grass was of these or all the bushes were neatly trimmed. He was sure that he would get the first prize. On the day of the competition, the enlightened master, went around all the gardens. Then he came back and put the ranks for the gardens. This disciple's garden got the lowest rank. Everyone was shocked The disciple could not contain himself and asked, Master, what is wrong with my garden? Why did you rank me the lowest? The master looked at him and asked, Where are all the dead leaves? A garden maintained in such a way is no longer alive, it is dead. Seriousness kills spontaneity. Seriousness destroys creativity. Science has proved that when you perform a task in a relaxed and light manner, your thinking and decision making capacity is automatically enhanced. The same task, when performed in a serious manner, dulls your mind. When you do something too seriously, when you are too concerned about the result, you are actually not allowing yourself to perform at the optimum level. Of course, you need to make plans and you need to think ahead, but do it with sincerity, not with seriousness. Seriousness is not the same as sincerity. Sincerity is focusing on the task with enthusiasm and youthfulness. Sincerity is giving the task your best without worrying excessive about the result. When you are serious, you don't enjoy, you don't laugh. How can you laugh when you are serious?
So now we are understanding the difference between sincerity and serious. So you have to come to this understanding that seriousness is not same as sincerity. When you are too serious, you will not be creative and you are not open to the various possibilities of the life. The way you approach the work, that also will be completely different, and you will be too much concerned about the result. You will not be enjoying the whole activity, the project itself that you are doing. The every moment of your life you will not be able to enjoy, because every moment you are only concerned about what is going to be outcome of that project. Whereas in sincerity, you do plan about the project, but not every single moment you are thinking about the project, but rather you are putting whole of your life, all your energy into accomplishing the project based on the plan that you have created, and not every moment only thinking about the result. You are open of the various possibilities that could happen. You are open of changes into the plan that may happen. You are open to the changes in the action that is needed. You will be completely open and at every moment you will be celebrating enjoying the work. So these are the various scales through which you can measure whether you are being serious or you are being sincere. Okay. So now we'll look into another concept called perfectionism and totality. So whenever we are being sincere, whenever we are being sincere, being total into the work that we are doing, where does the perfectionism come, and what does the totality means? So Swami said that the perfectionism always comes from our mind. Means literally every planning, if all of your planning is just based on the various fantasies or the visualization or thought that is going on in your mind, that is perfectionism. So it has no grounding, it has no relationship with the reality, but everything just is sitting in your mind. All the possible conditions is just sitting in your mind, and from there you have made the plan. That is what is perfectionism. And whereas the totality means every moment of your time you are putting all your energies together, not just the mind, but whether it is a verbalization, visualization, your other types of energy that you have, that all your energy systems are totally involved into it, completely soaked into the work that you are doing. And when something becomes a totality, when you become total, you have a deep experience. But when you are working from the perfectionism, understand it will only have a goal for you, it will not become a deep experience. Understand all the comparison with other people that we have in our life, it always begins with what we think of ourselves. Jealousy disappears when we understand our uniqueness. And we are so now we are going to watch one of the video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is talking about the sincerity and how it is a catalyst for alchemy and enlightenment itself to happen. So when we bring sincerity in our life, understand it's an alchemy process, means it gives you a quantum transformation in your life. So if you are a Jiva, you have the possibility to become Shiva, and that very process of transforming a Jiva to Shiva is known as alchemy process. So alchemy means the quantum transformation, the quantum level of transformation that you can experience in your life, and ultimately it will bring the enlightenment itself. That is the power of this technique, or rather to say the concept or the cognition that we can have as sincerity. So let us watch the video discourses from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Today I'll share a few words about the great truth, sincerity. There are some constant happenings in the cosmos. The absolute fact, truth is, there are some constant happenings in the cosmos. Like Shiva, the individual soul, Jagat, the world, Ishvara, the God, and human society, humanity, society. These four are happening, means exist, at least in our experience, as per our experience. Understanding the secrets about all these four and experiencing oneness with all these four is ultimate enlightenment. Not having any discrepancy with your understanding and reality, your understanding and experience is enlightenment. Please understand. An individual soul is understanding about the world, the cosmos, and his experience about the cosmos. If there is no discrepancy in between these two, he is liberated from all the sufferings given by the world, cosmos. Nothing in the nature, the cosmos, disturbs him. Same way, the individual soul, his idea about himself and his experience about himself, if there is no discrepancy between these two, he is liberated, he is enlightened. Same way, the individual soul, his ideas about God and his experience about God, if there is no discrepancy, he is liberated, he has experienced God. Same way, his ideas about humanity, society, and his experience about society, if there is no discrepancy, is free, liberated. Sincerity is use the right word. The alchemy, chemicals. Sincerity is the medicine or agent. If you add the alchemy of discrepancy-free experience will happen between the individual soul and the world. Whatever discrepancy is there, just add sincerity to it. Means add sincerity to all your ideas about the world. Sit with yourself, pen down all the ideas you have about the world and add sincerity to it. Means sincerely analyze. Are you having right ideas? Or are you just avoiding looking into the right ideas? Most of the time, we do not want to look into the right truth, even about the world, any subject. We are just too tired, we are just too lazy. We think just because we can breathe, we have a right to live. No. Life has to be earned. Physical organs working, maybe just an accident happened in you. That does not mean you are living. First thing, look, sit and bend down. All your ideas about the world, cosmos, and analyze. Are you sincerely having those understandings as part of your very strategic planning about your life? If you feel you are not, then at least be very clear, you don't know, you are ignorant about that part. When you make strategies about your life, all your ideas about cosmos is ignorance. Be very clear. Same way about God. If you feel, even if you have the idea that there is no God, sincerely, you are liberated. But if it is not sincere, even if you have the idea God exists, you are bound. Be very clear. It is sincerity that makes the liberation possible. That is the catalyst agent. The right word is catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation. Sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation to happen. Sit and pen down your ideas about yourself. Find out, are you sincere about all those ideas, or is there any discrepancy between what you believe and what you experience? Come to terms with it. Same way about the humanity, society. Sit and bend down. Add sincerity to it. Are you really believing? Are you really meant to believe? Or acting as if you are believing? Flood sincerity into the all four zones. Your relationship with you. Jiva's relationship with Jiva means an individual soul's relationship with an individual soul. An individual soul's relationship with cosmos, the individual soul's relationship with God, individual soul's relationship with world, individual soul's relationship with humanity. All these four, flood sincerity with it. When you flood sincerity with it, the individual soul's relationship with cosmos becomes knowledge. The individual soul's relationship with God becomes devotion. The individual soul's relationship with humanity becomes seva. The individual soul's relationship with itself becomes dhyana. These four are the path for enlightenment. When you add sincerity, all these four understandings, whether it is a fact or just ideas put inside your system, will be analyzed when it's like a liquid water. Your understanding about world, God, yourself and society. It's like a liquid, water. If you add the alchemy of sincerity, the catalyst agent, sincerity, when the alchemy happens, something happens, that water gets solidified. It becomes a strong ice on which you can walk. It becomes bridge. That bridge, the bridge between you and society is seva. The bridge between you and the cosmos is knowledge, life solution. The bridge between you and the God is devotion. The bridge between you and you is meditation. All these four are the paths for enlightenment, or enlightenment itself. When all these four are experienced in its purest form, it is enlightenment itself. Adding sincerity as a catalyst agent in all these four directions is called yoga. These are the 5 pillars of Vedic tradition and the sampradaya which I evolved. These 5 are the pillars of Nityananda Sampradaya. So all these 5 pillars stand on one base, one foundation, sincerity. Sincerity is not just life solution. It is not just catalyst agent to create devotion. It is not just a catalyst agent to create seva, attitude. It is not just a catalyst agent to create dhyana or yoga. It is just base on which everything is standing. It is just base on which everything is standing. So understand, sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of enlightenment to happen. It's an important truth. We need to look in. We need to understand. These 5 pillars which I am talking about, life solution, means your perfect relationship with cosmos, devotion, your perfect relationship with God, dhyana, meditation, your perfect relationship with yourself, service, seva, your perfect relationship with society. All these 4 happens just by one thing, adding sincerity to your existing understandings about these 4. Just adding sincerity, nothing else. This can be a powerful, most powerful process I've ever spelled out. Maybe it looks little difficult, but sitting and doing this, spending little time on it, is ultimate yoga. Sit and go on drilling, analyzing. I tell you, when you drill without ideas from others, you will evolve your own, and that will be your own. I always tell people, spirituality needs to be discovered. You need to discover your own religion. The religion given by your parents may not suit you. I really feel soon, very soon, we will have a really free humanity, society. By the age of 80, people will have the freedom to choose their religion, their country, the country in which they want to spend their life, the religion in which they wanted to continue their life or seeking, and gender in which they want to live. We will have absolute freedom, medically, socially, psychologically. It will be possible by the time the person reaches 80, he will be given an option. What gender you want to choose? Male, female? What is the gender you want to choose? And religion. What's the religion you want to choose? They will be given an initial introduction about all religion. An unbiased, simple introduction of the facts and truths. So, kids may have time. Kids may have the option to think, study and think, yes, this is what suits my mentality. This is what suits my mental setup. So this should be my religion. And same way, among the genders. So if you choose male, if you want to be female, if you want to be gay, if you want to be transgender, these are all the options you have. If you choose this is the way you will live. If you choose this is the way you will feel about you. If you choose this is the way you will experience about you. Come on, have a choice. Same way, whether it is physical setup or mental setup, even the language. By the time you will evolve a system, in a very short time, that language can be downloaded into your brain like a software. It will be simple, understanding. And we will evolve a system, of course. Already it is evolving. Now the kids can learn the language before birth. The mother is taught continuously some special words through a special rhythm. The kids, when they are happen, in a very short time, they are well versed in the language. So the same thing can be done to your brain. I really hope for that day. Of course, it's not too far. Very soon, we will experience. By the time a child is 18, he will be given a freedom. The world government gives a freedom. Which country you want to live? What the profession you want to choose? What the language you want to choose? And what the gender you want to choose? And what the religion you want to choose? I feel that is the heaven. The society which has ultimate freedom and which gives all possibilities, which presents all possibilities in front of you and asks you to respond. Then naturally, every being who chooses any possibility will be having responsibility. So, sincerely, when it is added to you, you discover your religion. You discover your own religion. Please understand, when sincerity is added to you, you will find out how much of devotion is needed, how much of life solution is needed, how much of meditation is needed, how much of seva is needed to plan the strategy for your life. The absolute, free, enlightened life. You will have the right strategy on which you will build your life living enlightenment. So, I sincerely request all of you to add sincerely the ultimate catalyst agent for living enlightenment into your being and achieve and radiate, live enlightenment. Let you all live, radiate, achieve, experience, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
Yes, Nityananda everyone. So now we'll go into the internalizing exercises where we are going to apply these principles, the truth that Swami just shared with all of us. And you have to pen down the 5 places in your life where you are serious. Means where you are so strict, or rather to say so closed about accepting any new changes that can be done, the new way of doing things can be done, or where you literally too much bothered about the result, and you did not enjoy the whole work itself, and you are not enthusiastic about doing the work. All those things you can see that you are too serious about the work and not sincere about it. And you have to now look back and see how being serious has affected your life, means your relationship with your family, your relationship with your friends, your relationship with yourself. There are times when certain projects are being given to us, we become too serious that we literally forget everyone else in our life. All the relationship that you have with your kids, with your son or daughter, or your wife or mother, father, everything gets impacted. It gets heavily impacted because of the work that you have taken, and because you are doing it in a serious manner. So you have to see how all the seriousness has impacted, affected your life. So you have to write in detail about everything, and then you have to make the decision to drop the ego and start being sincere instead. Decide to drop the seriousness that is there and become sincere. Okay, so let us start this process. We are going to have some time for doing this process. Also, let us know if you have any questions related to that, if you want any clarification. Nityananda everyone. All of you can relax now. And please take, now let us move to the next session, which is going to be power manifestation. So I request all the participants. In this round, we are going to be decreasing the size of an object. So nothing to do with the weight measurement. We are going to be decreasing the size of object. So please pick up the object for which you can take the size measurement. So you can take like a pen, pencil, coin, something like that. And then we'll get into the power manifestation. From the previous session, Shanta Yogini has said she manifested an increase of 5 gram. That's really great. That's a significant difference that you manifested 5 gram. Okay. So I request all the participants to sit straight and connect with the Swamiji by chanting Mahavakya. And you can hold the object in your hand and just have this declaration sankalpa that you are going to increase the size of object. Start chanting Mahavakya intensely and loudly. Just relax in the space of oneness with Swamiji. Do not create any kind of pressure. And do not be worried about the result. Be sincere, not serious, while you are doing this power manifestation. And this is one of the great opportunity or the right moment for all of us to start manifesting this truth of sincerity, start imbibing this quality of sincerity. So with this power manifestation, we have an opportunity to move from seriousness to sincerity. Understand? Seriousness and sincerity is the attitude. So as long as you have the seriousness, that will get reflected into every single work that you do. Even the power manifestation that you are doing, you will be very serious about it. So bring sincerity means drop your attachment towards the result. Just be sincere towards the whole process. Connecting with Swamiji, chanting Mahavakya, and holding the sankalpa in your inner space. And just relaxing. Continue to relax in the space of oneness with Swamiji. And you will see that Swamiji will start manifesting and he will do what need to be done. Allow Swamiji to do what he wants to do and not what you want him to do. So let's start now.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
Yes, Nityananda everyone. All of you can relax now. And please take the measurement of the object again and see if there is any difference in the size of object. Yes. So let me know the result of your power manifestation in the previous round. Ma Shanta Yogini was able to manifest the power. Let me know who all is able to manifest in this round of power manifestation. And what has been your experience of this power manifestation after learning the concept of sincerity and seriousness. And also many of you did the completion process of being from that, the space of being serious and moving towards being sincere. So when you actually experience completion, when you decide to move or drop the space of seriousness, you will see that the power manifestation will start happening in you. So let us know the result, and by the time we'll get into the next session, which is ego and connection with the nature. So we are going to learn in detail about what is ego and how it impacts the relationship with other, or rather to say the communication with other. So all the communication that we have with other is some sort of relationship that we maintain with others, and how ego actually impacts all of this, and what we can do to reduce our ego or complete with our ego and become a better, have better communication skills. So now we are going to learn, and the very first cognition that Swamiji shares is through a story from his own life, and he, through this story, he gives an idea, or rather to say the clear understanding how our ego is directly connected with the nature, or how what goes inside our space gets communicated to the nature. So many of us, most of us, we know communication as verbal communication or through certain gesture, that through the gesture or through the body language we do communicate, but something is more subtler than that, more deeper than that, that what goes on inside us, the very thinking or the visualization or the very space, the cognition that we carry, even that gets communicated to the people who come in our life. And this is what we are going to learn through this story. And Swamiji said that this is the story from his life after he got enlightenment, and when he was in Tamil Nadu, one of the state from southern India. And one evening, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji was sitting in a very relaxed mood in a forest. His eyes were open, but he was not seeing anything. There was no processing was happening through the seeing. No information was going inside or getting processed. And at that time there was a huge snake lying around, which was about 3 feet in front of him. And because eyes were not processing, the information was not getting processed, there was no fear or no thoughts going inside. Swamiji was sitting, and snake was also so relaxed and comfortable, because in the inner space of Swamiji there was no thought process that was going on. There was no idea of snake in front of him. Then slowly the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism came down. He started relaxing from that super consciousness to this level, to this zone where he could relate with this present world. And when he came down, he had a thought, that there is a snake. And the next moment, the next thought that Swamiji had, that I should move away. So because there is a snake, he had the thought that he should move away. The moment he saw that the thought snake came in his inner space, Swamiji's inner space, very clearly he was able to see that the snake also felt disturbed, that there was a man in its presence. Till then, snake was not able to feel that there is a man in his inner space. So only when the thought happened in Swamiji inner space, even snake could feel it. Means the communication got established. He was able to communicate. So until Swamiji felt that there is a snake, the snake did not feel that there is a man. And until Swamiji had the fear, the snake also did not felt threatened by Swamiji. Understand the fear that Swamiji is giving, it is for all of us to understand this whole Leela that is happening, so that we can understand how our space also communicate. So the kind of samskara that we carry, the kind of incompletions or powerless cognition that we carry in our inner space, that gets communicated to every being that comes in our breathing space, who comes nearby us. And that is for this whole Leela, Swamiji is describing this. But because Swamiji was already enlightened, he had realized his incarnation, or there is no such thing as the fear or greed that can happen in his inner space. So Swamiji further said that neither did the snake had fear nor he had fear. But the moment he had fear, the snake also got fear. It was not that the physical distance between both of them released or reduced, but just the thought snake came in Swamiji's inner space, he was able to feel that there was a disturbance in the inner space of snake also. There was a disturbance, there was a restlessness in the snake's inner space. The moment he had the thought that I should move, okay, immediately snake also felt that same insecurity, the same threat, and immediately the snake also started moving, even before the SPH, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, started moving. So you can see through this whole story how the communication is happening. The moment that thought is being felt, it is being felt by the other person who is in the breathing space also. And it does not need the distance to get reduced. The distance, even though distance remains same, it can happen. And the powerlessness that we feel in our inner space, that is what is ego. So when our ego becomes strong, when our powerlessness becomes strong, our ability to connect with nature is disturbed. The moment we start entertaining the fear and greed, insecurity, everyone who comes in our space, he also start experiencing the same thing. And the moment between the relationship there is a fear, greed, insecurity, or any of this powerlessness, that means our ability to relate or connect with that person reduces. The gap between the two person increases. That means when we want to have a better communication, when we want to have enlightening communication with the people, it's very important that we work on our inner space and not just on the soft skills, improving our language or the body language or any of this softer skill alone is not sufficient, but rather we need to work on our inner space itself. Now let us get into that part of it, working on our inner space. And here Swamiji is introducing that we all have two different identities. One identity that we project to the outer world, and one identity that we believe to be us in the inner world, which means inner image and outer image. So we all have these two different images. We have 4 different images, but right now we are looking at only 2 of that 4 images. One is inner image and another is outer image. Inner image means how you identify yourself, how you carry, how you think about yourself in your inner space, and outer image means how you project yourself to be for others. It's not necessarily that both of inner image and the outer image is going to be same. Most of the time it is completely different and completely poles apart for many of us. So understand the ahankara, the inner image, will always be based on superiority complex, and mamakara, the inner image that we carry, will be based on inferiority complex. Ahankara will be based on fear and mamakara will be based on greed. So identity that we show to outer world will always be based on fear, and that is why it will always be more than what is true, because we are so afraid, we feel so insecure, feel that I don't know how less it is and how vulnerable I can be if I just give this much introduction about myself. And that's why we go on boasting more and more and more and more, so that the more larger image we project, the more larger we feel and more protected we feel. So more and more fear we have, the more bigger outer image is going to be, but the gap is also going to be very big. The outer image will not be exactly who you are, but will go on projecting bigger to feel more secure. Same way, when you have the low inner image, or when you are too much centered on greed, you'll go on accumulating more and more inner image within yourself.
Now, let us understand how we are having what we can understand as a dual identity. An example, a man arrived home after giving a series of leadership talks to a group of employees at a company. His wife asked, "How did the talks go?" The man replied, "Okay, I guess, but I'm not sure how many people understood what I said." The wife asked, "Why do you feel that way?" The man said, "Because I don't understand it myself." So, this is how we play the dual identity. We pretend to be someone in our outer image, in our ahamkara, and inside in our mamakara, we play down our possibilities with a inferiority complex. The identity that you show to the outer world will always be based on fear. This is why it will always be more than what is true about you. You will constantly try to keep it alive. The identity that you carry in the inner world is based on greed. That is why you always try to develop the identity that you carry inside you. You constantly work on the identity that you believe is you and continuously try to chisel it. Your life is nothing but the fight between these two worlds, the conflict between the ahankara, the outer image, and the mamakara, the inner image. The conflict between the personality that you show to the outer world and the personality that you reveal in your inner world is called tension. The uneasy feeling between these two identities creates disease. Both the identities, ahankara and mamakara, are pure myths, both are lies. The truth is, you are something beyond these two identities.
See, if we spend our whole life energy expanding ahankara, the identity that we project to the outer world, our life will become materialistic. And all the people who constantly work on expanding their ahankara, they work on personality, they try to create some identity to feel satisfied about it. If we spend our whole life chiseling and developing the mamakara, the identity that we think as we, our whole life becomes moralistic, not spiritual, moralistic, that is what some is saying, and suppressing. So if we work on chiseling the existing identity, understand this, what some is saying, the existing identity that we have, the cognition that we have set up about ourselves, about the life, about others, if we just try to chisel it, try to make it more better and better, it is only either it is going to make you materialistic or it is going to make you moralistic, but not spiritualistic. Only when you start working on shifting your cognition itself, transforming your cognition itself, moving from lower cognition, lower inner image to the higher image, then only the spiritual transformation starts. The basic truth that Swami is saying to all of us is that we are much more than these two identities. We all continuously define ourselves, limit ourselves, experience ourselves within the boundary of the identity that we define ourselves. And our whole understanding about us is completely limited by this inner image and the outer image that we have declared to ourselves. But when we unclutch from these two identities, the inner image and outer image, we start realizing that we are much beyond these two identities. And when that happens, these two identity cannot bind us again. So it's not that you start unclutching and you experience a different you, and when you stop unclutching, again those identity come back. No. When you get into the space of unclutching, you will see that the real completion, the real transformation of your inner space will start happening, to the extent that those older identity can never get back to you. So low self-esteem means showing ourselves or imagining ourselves to be less than what we are. And high self-esteem is imagining ourselves to be much more than what we are. So again, understand, we are not sticking to who we are, but one side we are showing ourselves to be very less, another side we are showing ourselves to be very more than what we are. And both of this happens out of powerlessness, that we are not able to accept as who we are. We are not able to accept or present ourselves as who we are. Understand? And all of this is happening because of the incompletion that we carry, or the opinions that we have of others. We judge ourselves continuously based on our lifestyle rather than our life itself. We weigh ourselves by the car, the real estate we have purchased, the educations that we have, or the awards and rewards that we have gained, all the certificates that we have gained. So those include the lifestyle. So based on that, we start judging ourselves, how people think about us, how people carry about us. All those becomes a deciding mechanism of who we are, rather than looking within and trying to understand by very life who I am, what for I am. So the next thing, getting into the inferior ego, we are going to get into more details on what inferior ego is. And Swami said that the big problem is that we do not know how to remove our personality and go to the next personality. Means the personality that is defined with a set of cognitions that we have, mostly it is the powerlessness that we carry in our inner space. And we do not know how to move from one powerlessness and move to the powerfulness. That means we do not know how to move from one personality and go to the next personality. We do not know how to use personalities like the codes, means the cognitions that we carry about the self, how to drop it and pick up something new. Again drop it and pick up something new. The kind of identity that we need to fulfill our life or experience as what we want to be. Based on that, continuously choosing and dropping the inner image and outer image. Means we do not know how to use those personalities like a course. We are caught in personalities. So using the wrong personality in the wrong place is what is called ego, and that is what is powerlessness makes us do that. So if we are arrogant and violent, where we need to be polite and humble, it is again being egoistic. And if we are polite and humble, where we need to be courageous, again we are being egoistic. Means we are allowing the decision to be taken by the powerlessness, by the wrong cognitions. If we allow the right cognitions to make the decisions, then we will be polite where we need to be polite. We will be angry where we need to be angry. So understand, we always think that if I am very humble, how we can be egoistic. And this is one of the concepts that we all carry. Being humble means it is treated as egoless person. Generally we use that very humble person, he is a very humble person. But Swami says that even this is an ego. Be very clear, he says that ego standing on its head is also ego. It is called inferior ego. And one of the examples that Swamiji gives from the life of Ramana Maharshi, where one of his disciples was working on one of the translation project of his book into another language. And when the translation work was completed, on that book, this disciple name was also written. But when the disciple saw that, he was kind of shocked, and he did not want his name to be with his master. So he went to the authorities and scolded them for all the mistakes that they did. And again he went to master for asking for forgiveness. And he told Bhagavan, Ramana Maharshi, that Bhagavan, they should not have put my name, and I do not feel that my name should be publicized, and I'm not that kind of person. He was trying to be humble in front of that. And to that Bhagavan responded, Ramana Maharshi responded, that the ego that asks for the name to be there and the ego that asks name not to be there, both are one and the same. And that is where you need to understand, many times the active ego that we show or the passive ego, the humble ego that we show, both are one and the same. Both of them are ego. So be very clear that inferior ego that is trying to show humbleness is also ego. With a superiority complex, with a violent and aggressive ego, at least society can tease and break it. And because this ego is very visible, because you are very aggressive, you are violent about it, and because you are so violent and aggressive about showing it, society can easily find it out and break it. But with the humble ego, you will always escape from the societies, because society is not intelligent enough to understand humbleness as being the passive ego, and it does not know how to break it. and that's why it becomes more dangerous. It is also cunning ego that nicely save you. So understand the active ego. It's very easy to recognize because you are so active, aggressive about showing it to everyone. And people with active ego will continuously behave in high-handed fashion. They will claim self-importance, but very openly. You'll be so vocal about their importance, about what they did, what they can do, what they can think. They will go on singing song on themselves. They will go on praising themselves, and it's very easy for others to figure it out. And that's how the nature of active ego is. And at the same time, they will be very arrogant also. And this ego is very easy for master also to deal with. He just need to bang it few times and it will break. The next is passive ego, which is very subtle and cunning. And people who have a passive ego will pose, as if they are being very humble. But they lack courage to face people, and they always shy away from taking credit of what they are doing. So it's not that they're actually humble, they are not thinking about them, but rather they are thinking about the project. It's not like that, but because they shy away, or they always lack the courage to face people, and that's why they do not try to take the credit for the work that they are doing. But the worst part of this is that they think because they are not egoistic, they start thinking that they are not egoistic because of that. But they are so carefully guarding their ego from getting hurt by unconsciously thinking that they are humble. But they do not know that they are very safely, they are guarding it from all other people so that people can bang on it and break their ego, unlike the active ego.
People with active ego are like dried hard twigs, like dried hard branches. They can be broken easily. People with passive ego are like fresh green twigs. Each time their ego is hit, they bend but don't break. Their ego is so well safeguarded that it becomes difficult to deal with. Actually, they work very hard to safeguard it, but in a sweet and passive way. You care so much about others' reactions and opinions towards you, you cannot bear to suffer hurt to the ego that you have nurtured so carefully all these years. This ego is your very anchor point. If it is jolted, you feel anchorless. So, with the excuse of being humble and obedient, you keep quiet. You miss one opportunity of exposing your ego in the Master's presence. You miss one more opportunity to take a big step towards flowering. There is one more play of ego that we all nurture so well. It is called social ego. You feel that your life is highly private to yourself and no one should be let into it. You are afraid that your whole image might come crashing down and there will be nothing to prop you up in society. This is social ego. It is more of an identity for you to experience than for others. If you can show yourself to the world just as you are, you will be more relaxed because then there will be no pressure to cover up anything. Because of our social ego, we are always self-conscious. We think people are looking at and talking about us all the time. When you are self-conscious, you are egoistic. You think that you are a big entity and that everyone's eyes are on you all the time. That is why you get self-conscious.
So when we become self-conscious, understand we are living and yet not living also. The self-consciousness that we get into, it's become a barrier to the beauty and the grace that we can radiate. Our beauty, understand, it does not come freely, but and we can always look at the nature and the animals and even at the kids, how free they are. And just because they are no self-conscious, they're not so much of self-conscious about things, that people are looking at me, or a flower plant, the rose plant does not think that what the next plant would be thinking about it, or what the man would be thinking about who is passing by it. And because none of them are bothered about all this, they are not self-conscious, and because of that, so much of beauty they radiate.
It's
naturally.
11 o'clock.
They are simply happy being one with the existence. The moment we start thinking that people are watching us, the ego has stepped in and we lose the natural self. We cannot be so natural, we will not be able to be as spontaneous and naturally express ourselves as who we are, but rather that self-consciousness that people are watching us, and to protect that societal ego, will start having a different kind of image. We start behaving in a different way, start acting in a different way. Okay. So the moment the self-conscious ego is all the time calculating and weighing others' opinion. When we stop calculating and start being innocent and open, we will be filled with wonder and freshness, and it will be all the time with us. Life will never become dull, and it will never restrain us. Okay, so now we are going to watch a small clip from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on what is ego and how we can say no to it and get out of it. So let us bring our authentic listening and listen to this discourse.
Let me tell you how I came with this sloka which we are chanting. Because quite a long time, maybe 1 year I was searching, who should I remember before starting the lecture? To whom I should feel grateful? Because how will you feel grateful to existence which is part of you? It's your presence is a gratitude. But something I have to put as an example for these guys to follow. See why I regularly, if I am in India, every day before starting my morning routine, whatever time I may come out of my quarters, the first thing I will do is go to the banyan tree. First thing, everybody knows, if Swamiji comes out, he will come to banyan tree only. These fellows will be standing in a line to catch a glimpse. And I will go to banyan tree only and come back. And sometime in the meeting, these guys will ask, the ashram meeting, why are you going there, Swamiji, every day? I don't have to go there. I tell them, saying yes to somebody else means saying no to your ego. Anything which is started, saying no to your ego will always be successful. Anything which is started with saying yes to your ego will be always a failure. So now I have to set a trend for these guys to follow. If you say yes to a tree, yes to a stone, or even this door, from today you will say, I will remember this door before starting any work. Even that will be big successful. In Tamil Nadu there is a temple in which only door is worshipped. Madurai temple, Madurai Kallalagar temple, it's called Padanattam Badi Karuppan. That only the door is worshipped. Even if you worship a door, it's okay. Anything other than you, if you say yes to it and start, it will be successful. Remember, whenever you start anything, whether eating, sleeping, or driving, any work, or attending some patient, or doing some work, other than you, remember something. It can be Shiva, Krishna, Rama, tree, a stone, or a door, or a cat, or a dog, anything other than you. Remember and say yes to it. Surrender to it. It will always be successful. Anything which is put other than you represents the cosmos, whole. Whenever you don't put anything other than you, you will be remembering you and starting. In my case, remembering me is equivalent to remembering the whole. But if I do that, I remembered me, let me start directly. These fellows also will do that. Same thing. If they remember them and start, what will happen? Just to teach that one truth. Put anything other than you in the front to begin with. Understand, this is the first lesson. This is the first lesson in spirituality. You can put anything. That's not a problem at all. Even an ordinary milestone is enough. in India, there is a survey, if you guys, it will be very funny. When the British laid the roads, 40% of milestones have become gardens and temples by the local villagers. Then they changed the color of the paint. Earlier it was yellow and red, which is very auspicious for our Hindus. So all milestones have become temples. What to do? So, and milestones almost look like Shivalinga. And they have to change the whole tradition. See, even milestone can lead you to God. You don't have a problem at all. Actually, if you see our Anandeshwara, it is like a milestone only. Little thin, that's all. See your Anandeshwara. But so much of respect and love and the thing we are offering, the surrender we are offering, just by our very surrender, the auspiciousness happens. So I was thinking whom to give gratitude, what to do. Finally I came up, this is the best thing these guys can do. Remembering the master's tradition, who are responsible for the enlightenment stream, living stream of enlightened beings on the planet Earth. So when you chant this mantra, Sadasiva Shamarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Pariyandam Vande Guru Paramparam, you remember the whole enlightened master's lineage. Enlightened master's lineage, which is responsible for keeping the enlightenment on the planet Earth. See, Sadashiva is the first master who brought the science to planet Earth. And Shankara, see, Shankara is the rare combination where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meets. Usually the Jnana Parampara, who gives you enlightenment, will not be a Guru Parampara, means the organizational, who initiates you. See, person who gives you, who is Acharya, who gives ordinary initiation, inspiration, who runs an organization, and the person who gives you enlightenment, it will always be two separate, usually. With Shankara, both meets and merges. And again in me you can see both meeting and merging. Blessed are those for whom Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara is same. Sangha becomes Dhamma when Buddha is alive. Understand? Sangha is Dhamma when Buddha is alive. Organization is science of enlightenment when Buddha is alive. So in Shankara's case, both of them become one. Again, in my case you can see, both of them have become one. Where the Jnana Parampara, the enlightenment and organization, both of them have met and merged. I want to tell you how this rare combination happens. Enlightenment always brings a tremendous freedom. Tremendous freedom. That is why these guys can never be controlled and can never be put in any tradition. See, whenever freedom expresses, it just breaks the conditioning, parental conditioning, so thoroughly, you do much more than what is needed. Now, Narasimha killed the Hiranyaksha. To kill Hiranyaksha, you don't need to tear him to pieces and remove his intestine and wear it as a garland. No need for so much. Just cut his head over. But he goes to the extreme of ensuring that is not actually necessary. Freedom expressing in a little healing way creates a Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara together. See, what I am talking is a very strong, basic truths of how religions are created. How religions are created. if he is little healed, and if he has got some roots to go into the established organizations in a very friendly way, he will become a culture. Otherwise he will become a, because his freedom is so amazing, very rare combination of this freedom and that respect for the tradition. See, whenever this freedom expresses through a body, the respect for tradition is lost. Need for the sangha, need for the library to be kept alive is lost. Whenever the need for the library to be kept alive is there, the freedom is lost. You understand? And it will be very strange scene. The same website, Paramashivoham Maharaj garlanding me photo will be there. The same website will have this photo. Unfortunately, yesterday I did not allow. Both will be, and it is not even hidden. See, we are not even hiding. We are not giving too much information unnecessarily to people. That is different. A person who can be broad enough, click every initiation, can help people to go further and further. Only can be a person where the Sangha, the Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meets. Understand, you need to be so broad enough to Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara to meet. Otherwise, the fight between this Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara has weakened our whole tradition. The greatest calamity happened to our Vedic tradition. In the modern days, the fight between this Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara. Just imagine, with Osho's intelligence and his grandeur, his vision, his capacity, somehow, if he was little more accommodative to have the Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara to meet, what would have been the support for the Guru Parampara? Tell me.
Miracle.
Huh?
One of the greatest miracles would have happened.
You would have been the Kalki of Vedic tradition. Somehow, see, I am nobody to judge, but what I am saying, we should be broad enough both to meet. We should be broad enough both to meet. Tremendous freedom of Osho and the tremendous respect for the tradition like Paramashivoham Maharaj. But we should be a base where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meet. Shankara was the key person where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara met in those days. Those days itself, he was a great master who kept the Vedic tradition alive. And same way, he was a great master to create a new interpretation on the commentary. He was the first guy who organized the whole thing back to life. Back to life. Then afterwards only I selected each word. Actually I thought of putting many, see Sadashiva Samaramba, that line no controversy. That's ultimate. Whether Shankaracharya Madhyama or Ramakrishna Madhyama or Ramanaya Madhyama, that I was debating for quite a long time. For quite a long time I was debating. Then finally I saw Shankara seems to be much more juicy and stronger, bigger platform where the flight of tradition and freedom both can land and take off. So that's the reason I finally decided Shankara is a person. In him the freedom also landed. See how today I am trying to be a bigger platform for tradition, the respect to the tradition like BAPS to land and the freedom of Osho to land. Shankara was the platform for bhakti, jnana, everything to land. He was the platform. He was able to speak the highest Advaita and the Bhaja Govindam, Bhaja Mudamade. Somebody was telling me, no, all the scriptures attributed to Shankara, stotras attributed to Shankara are not done by Shankara. Understand? First thing you should understand, he may not have done that directly, but let me give you one example. I may not have written a book directly, but unless it expresses the ideology for which I stand, it can't be attributed to me. Am I right? It cannot be attributed to me. Suddenly you cannot write a book on how to create aircrafts and attribute it to me. Or how to create the parts of the train and attribute it to me. No. Only the spiritual literatures which stands for the ideology I represent can be attributed to me. So even though whether he wrote or not, the very book attributed to him means he stands for it. He stands for it. So he was the great platform where the whole thing was able to meet and merge. That's the reason I chose Shankara. Shankaracharya Madhyama. Then Asmadacharya Varyandam. Here also I had a third line, we had a Nityananda Varyandam. I said, no, I am not last prophet. I am not going to be last prophet. That's the reason I made the word Asmadacharya Varyandam, so that the masters, enlightened masters lineage is going to be there. See, after I leave the body, single person may not represent me, but there will be a group of enlightened masters carrying the mission forward. So our disciples, the next generation disciples also will be able to repeat the same word if it is just Asmadacharya Varyantam, till my master, till my Acharya. That's the reason I left the word Asmadacharya Varyantam. Vande Guru Paramparam, so that you can continuously remember. See, this is the beautiful verse to remember all the great beings who added juice to planet Earth. Juice to planet Earth. Try whenever you do any big work, remember all of them. Put them all in the front and then start. You don't even, if you don't remember, of course you can't remember all of them, even one or two is okay. Whoever you remember. If you read Shankara's literature and feel connected, then Shankara. If you read Ramakrishna's literature and feel connected, then Ramakrishna. Or if you feel connected with me, then remember me. That's all. Anyone in that lineage, put always them front and then start. It will always be successful. It will always be successful. That's the reason I designed this Sadashiva Samarambha, Shankaracharya Madhyama, Asmadacharya Varyandam, Vande Guru Parampara.
Yes, Niranandam. And we welcome all Paramashivoham participants as we are going to be continuing today's session. and the science of enlightened communication revealed by Swamiji. As you understood, we are learning more than just how to speak or communicate, but deeper dimensions of what all affects our communication, the relationship with other, and that includes the identity that we have. So this is how ego comes to play on this theme. So we have just learned about the different types of ego, and basically Swamiji says that ego is nothing but being stuck with one identity. So all of us, with all the different relationships that we have, all the different all the different responsibilities that we have in life, all of us need to assume different identities. We need to be different persons and assume different roles in different situations. Now, ego is nothing but being stuck with just one identity. And so we'll be approaching different situations with the wrong inner image. So it can be either an inner image that is too high, more than what we are, or that can be an inner image that is too low. And both will be creating a lot of problem in our life, to be restricting our expansion. It's causing a lot of stress. And ego, as Swamiji read, is really the true source of stress, where we are continuously worried about how we are going to be facing the next situation, because we know that we do not have the right inner image.
Yes, when we are able to flow with life, be liquid in our identity, we'll be able to adjust and express ourselves based on the situation. But when we are stuck with the wrong ego, the wrong identity for the given situation, naturally the reaction we are going to cause will be problematic. We will create conflict internally and externally. Again, if we can flow with life and be spontaneous, not stuck with any given identity, we'll be able to simply flow with the life seamlessly. So that said, let us now enter into the internalization exercise for this session about what is ego. We're going to go through multiple steps. First, identify and pen down where you are acting out of active ego and through which words it is expressing in you. So we learned about the active ego and passive ego, where you will be blunt and expressing that ego in the active ego, which is very easy to see. If someone is acting out of active ego, it is easy to see for the people around you, and you are most probably going to be confronted about it in some way, shape, or form. While the passive ego might not even be recognized as such by the society, while it is actually much more cunning and much more difficult to address, because you need someone who is able to make you face it. Swamiji gave the example, the active ego is like a dry stick. You just punch, you just hit that ego a few times and it will break. But the passive ego is more like a young, fresh stick. No matter how many times you hit it, it'll just bend. It'll not break that easily. So for the first step, write down where you are acting out of the active ego and through which words it is expressing in you. Second step, identify and pen down where you are acting out of passive ego. Through which words is it expressing in you? Third, identify and pen down where you are acting out of social ego, through which words it is expressing in you. Where is it that you are acting to fit in the social norm, where you are literally cheating based on the given social structure? And final, the fourth step, complete and decide to align to the Guru's words and teachings. Swamiji has given many powerful cognitions about how to actually go beyond the ego. So decide to align and go beyond these identities, which are in no way, shape, or form useful for you. Since
when you stick to these identities, which are fundamentally wrong, they are not your actual identity, you create conflict and you make life for yourself and others much more difficult.
Yes. So let's start the exercise. If you have any doubt on the definition of any of these forms of ego, please don't hesitate to let us know in the chat. Or if you find it difficult to identify it, or maybe you may have a doubt which form of ego you are facing in a given situation, you can pen that down in the chat and we will guide you. All right. So now let's get started. We'll have a few minutes to go through all these steps. Make sure to follow the step-by-step process and elaborately pen down as clearly as possible. Let's start. Yes. So we'll be having a few more minutes. You can continue doing the exercise. And I think the active ego should be quite easy to understand. And we have also been through the passive ego. The social ego is more like the identity that we have in society, how we define in society, I should be like that. So we automatically edit ourselves and we create that kind of idea of a privacy or what is right, what is wrong, and a very defined frame that we adopt to be in the society. And as per the passive ego, if you have any questions, just let us know. I think we have already explained it quite a bit. So just continue. We have a few more minutes. If you have any questions, let us know in the Zoom chat. So we come to the end of this exercise. How that you are able to identify the different forms of ego in your life. And it's one of the very important completion process, one of the very important breakthroughs that all of us need to have, to identify the identity that we are stuck with. Because ultimately, as we are learning the science of expression today, any expression that we have, how much ever we try to improve the words that we use or the body language or anything that we do is always a reflection of the inner space and the inner image that we have. Just like we learned in the last video, where Swamiji taught us how to disengage from our ego by bowing down to anything just before taking up any action. Then we need to realize and identify the ego, the inner image that we have, so that we can transform it and we can build a very powerful inner image that will allow us to express ourselves authentically the way we want. All right. So I hope that you are all clear on this truth, on this concept. And we are now going to be starting our next power manifestation session. And we are going to be playing with increasing our own height.
Yes. We're going to manifest one more round of the Ashtamaha Shaktis, the power of Mahima, which is increasing in size as we are experiencing the breakthrough with our identities. We are able to unclutch, we are able to distance ourselves from the compulsive behavior. Simply, we will be able to sink into the state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi more and more smoothly. The more we hold on to the internal and external struggles, the more it will take of us to actually unclutch and fall into that space, that state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Swamiji very clearly described that Nirvikalpa Samadhi is not even something to achieve. It is something to fall into. So let us enter into this powerful technique, which can not only heal you, bring completion, heal your relationships, help you manifest wealth. It is a multi-dimensional manifestation. Yes, the powers we are going to manifest are specific and unique, but fundamentally the underlying process, the underlying principle is establishing the oneness connection to Swamiji, and through him with Paramashiva, with our supreme original identity. So for this session, let us just sit and unclutch from our identity, be it internal, external, whatever experiences you had throughout the day, whatever encounters you had, how you reacted throughout the day. Let all this be irrelevant right now and just unclutch. Connect to Swamiji and manifest this power of Mahima. Change your height. Play with the very fundamental borders of your physical body. First, we request all the people here in the Zoom and on the other social media channels to please take a preliminary measurement of your own height so you can compare the before and after. You can achieve that through different ways. You can either use a measuring tape, or you can make a mark on a wall and use the support of a book. Just make sure you have a comparative measure so you can see in the end by how much you have increased your own body height. And once you have done so, sit in a comfortable cross-legged position. Optimally, you would sit in Padmasana on the floor, but any comfortable posture is fine if you're not able to sit in Padmasana for a long time. And connect to Swamiji. Simply visualize him in your inner space with a sweet smile and chant the Mahavagya, a cosmic passcode that can simply manifest these powers through you. And then just drop whatever comes up in your inner space. Just let Swamiji manifest through you. Be a channel for the Shakti to flow through you. If your false identities melt down, simply Shakti will flow through you. So just sit chant the Mahavakya, and let us enter into this round of the power manifestation.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Yes. So you can now open your eyes and you can verify if you have succeeded in increasing your height. You can take another measurement of your height and check. Also keep in mind, there's an interesting relation between this power and the theme of the session that we had, and that is our body is directly manifested as the creation of the image that we have. You know, we may be doing gym or so many different things to change our body, but our body is not just created by that or even by our diet, but fundamentally our body is created by the image that we have. So as we have just learned about ego, all the different types of ego, and how we are constrained within specific images, identities, then when we learn to drop all of these, and when we move beyond the limits of our ego, we will also see that this change, this breakthrough will also reflect in our body, and we will be able to design the body that we want. All right. So you can also share if any of you have, if you have taken a measurement, if you are observing any change, you can let us know in the chat. And congratulations for all of you. Also keep in mind, many times we can also see even a decrease, even though we try to increase our height, we can see a decrease also. That is fine. It's not going to stay. Oh yeah, Kailasat Taiwan, the person in Kailasat Taiwan is sharing that she has increased her height. It's plus 0.5 centimeters. That's really great. Congratulations, man. It's very nice to know that you are successful with that. And you can see, like, it's, of course, it's really nice to see that you know, you are changing your body height, but also see inside, like, what does it do in your space inside you? What kind of a breakthrough do you see? You will be able to experience, of course, that your feeling connection with Swamiji goes to the next level, and you'll have so much of empowerment, right? That's really great. Congratulations. Thank you for sharing also and letting us know that you have succeeded in manifesting this power. And we encourage all the other participants as well to continue playing and continue practicing this power. Maybe if you feel like, you can share what is the cognition that you are having, what is the click, because of which you are able to manifest, that the other people in the Zoom can also feel inspired and try it out for themselves. All right, really good. So with this, let's continue. And we are going to be entering into our next session. And the theme of this session is gratitude. So we are going to be learning about the importance of gratitude, which is much more than just social value or moralistic value, but gratitude is the highest frequency of consciousness that we can create. And it has enormous benefits, both inside us and outside us. All right. So come to the space of listening and let's discover why.
Yes, beautifully. Like, until now, we have learned so many details about ego in different ways, how they express and what are the results of ego, what are the circumstances. But now we are going to learn about a very powerful methodology and a very powerful energy that can simply make the ego redundant. If you just celebrate the space of gratitude, simply you will flow with life. When we recognize that we are part of the total scheme of existence and that we are lovingly taken care of by existence every minute, we are overcome with gratitude. We become truly thankful for what we received every moment, even if it is as basic as the use of our very limbs and senses. Gratitude is your response to recognizing the abundance of existence. It is a wonderful, flowering energy within you. There's one energy that takes care of everything in your life. It is the energy of gratitude. If you ever feel that there is something missing in your life, it is because you feel less gratitude. There are many religions in the world today. And each of them emphasize on a particular approach, such as prayer, austerity, surrender, etc. There's one thing that cuts across all these and connects you directly to the divine energy, and that is gratitude. Gratitude is the greatest religion. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tells this, people wonder, how can gratitude be a religion? Why should it be a religion? It can be a social habit, but not a religion. Gratitude should become the very breath of a person, not even merely religion. Gratitude is a transforming energy. It transforms the happenings in you and around you. It is an energy that harmonizes you with the energy of the universe and brings back tremendous prosperity to you. With gratitude, you will see that existence simply responds to you as if it is a living being. It is the channel to commune with existence. When gratitude happens, it works beautifully through the law of attraction and attracts great prosperity to you. Now, how is this possible?
So a small story to illustrate how gratitude is connected to the law of attraction and how powerful it can transform our lives. So Akbar, who was a king from India, was he with Birbal, who was his advisor. They were walking together on the street one day, and they happened to pass by a sandalwood dealer. And Akbar, the king, told Birbal, I don't know why, but I feel like hanging this man. Suddenly he had that thought that he just felt like hanging this man for no apparent reason. And 1 month passed by, and the two of them walked past the same sandalwood dealer again after 1 month. And this time Akbar the king said, it's really strange, but I feel like giving this man some endowment today. How is this possible? I felt like killing this man just a month ago, and even though nothing happened, now I feel like giving an endowment to him. So he asked his advisor, who replied, "O king, a month back, the sandalwood dealer's business was suffering, and when he saw you walking past, he thought to himself that if the king dies, then the courtiers would come to buy a lot of sandalwood from me for his funeral pyre." And so he was sending out all these negative thoughts, these negative vibrations that prompted you to feel hatred towards him. So that's what the advisor to the king explains to him. And that is why last time you felt like hanging him, even though you did not have any particular reason for it. So what I did, the advisor does, I immediately purchased. I went to this sandalwood dealer and I bought a lot of sandalwood from him to make different kind of furniture, tables, and chairs for our kingdom. So this is what the wise advisor of the king went and did. And this sandalwood dealer was, of course, very happy. And today he feels grateful to you for it, because you are the cause of his prosperity. And that is why you are now struck by the positive vibrations from him, and therefore you feel like giving him some endowment. So as you understand, the space in which the sandalwood dealer was, as he was suffering, immediately as the moment these negative vibrations were emitted from his inner space, they were picked up by the king. So it's a very subtle process. And similarly, when the sandalwood dealer emitted positive vibrations at the exact same time, the king also felt these positive vibrations. So we are going to understand why. What is this process according to the law of attraction?
Yes, according to the law of attraction, like energy attracts like energy. So how does this apply to gratitude? Understand this. When you feel gratitude towards everything, it means you feel fulfilled, you feel blissful. So when you radiate gratitude, your energy of fulfillment attracts fulfillment back to you in the form of material gains, good relationships, good health, and so on. This is how it works. The important thing about this is that material gains, good things and relationships, they come through the resonance with the existence. So simply by maintaining this space of gratitude, it really transforms you into a beautiful human being, inside and out. What you experience inside about you, what others experience about you, and the very life that you experience on the outside of you also. There has been some research done on the law of attraction and on gratitude in particular. So psychologists have studied the effects of the feeling of gratitude on people. In their first study, two researchers, Dr. Michael McCullough of Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas, and Dr. Robert Emmons of the University of California at Davis, concluded that the gratitude played a major role in a person's well-being. Their study divided a few hundred people into three groups and required them to maintain daily diaries. The first group maintained a diary of all the events that happened during the day. The second group recorded only their unpleasant experiences. And the third group made a daily list of things for which they were grateful. The results of the study indicated that daily gratitude exercises result in higher reported levels of alertness, enthusiasm, determination, optimism, and energy. Additionally, the third group, which recorded gratefulness, experienced less depression and stress, had a greater inclination to help others, exercised more regularly, and made more progress towards the personal goals. According to the findings, people who listed daily items of gratitude were also more likely to feel loved. McCullough and Emmons also noted that the attitude of gratitude encouraged a positive cycle where one act of gratitude encouraged another. Many times you would have experienced this in a situation where you could have reacted either way. When you pick gratitude, it'll express in the person, in the people who are around you also. So the findings also indicated that gratitude could work independently of faith. Though gratitude is a big part of most religions, they suggested that the benefits extended to the general population, regardless of whether they had faith or not in any particular religion. They further suggested that anyone could increase their sense of well-being and create positive social effects just from counting their blessings.
Right. So many important understandings that we have received in this session on the transformative power of gratitude. We can take a few moments to look in how in our lives so many times we do just like this sandalwood dealer was doing. How just because of his negative feelings, negative thoughts, he attracted negativity from the people around him. And the key here is really to realize how it is a very subtle automatic process. It is not that he went and spoke to the king and then something happened between them which led to something, some negative consequences for him. It is an immediate process. The king immediately responded to the thoughts that he was having. So we can see in our lives also how it happens when we have negative thoughts, or just when we are not aware and we just run the default course of our life with the patterns that we have, how this inner space also attracts exactly its
corresponding energy around us in the form of people and situations. And even sometimes, for example, you may have certain thought about a certain person. You may be, thinking inside you, and like, let's say you have a conflict with someone, and when that goes on inside you, you actually create that situation, that reality outside, just because of your inner space. Now, if we change that, if we replace this negativity by positivity, and that can be easily achieved when we decide to bring gratitude, then we completely transform everything around us. And instead of attracting and manifesting negative situations, we just spontaneously manifest positive situations, positive responses in people. People who would have had enmity towards us suddenly will approach us with a lot of understanding, listening, love. So all these great things start happening when we pay attention to our inner space and when we decide to develop gratitude inside us.
Yes, many of you would have noticed, just as Maharaj has shared, you carry that violence inside you. You maybe already have that conversation with the person. You already decided what you're going to tell to them. Even if you calm down afterwards, the moment you start talking to the person, you will not be able to hold yourself. Just a little bit is enough to make it explode. And in the other way, many of you would have experienced the power of completion. When you decide, no matter what has happened between us, I'm going to carry the space of completion. And all of a sudden, they, by themselves, without you saying a word, they come towards you from a whole new space which you would have never expected. So that is really the power of gratitude, the power of this powerful space, holding this powerful frequency. So with this, we are now going to enter into a video with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he sheds light on the power of gratitude from a different angle, how it is related to the Sahasrara chakra, the crown center, that is the seat of the very guru in our life. So let us all be in a space of deep listening and restful awareness and deep gratitude as we listen to Swamiji sharing about exactly this topic.
All right, this session is all about overflowing. Sahasrara chakra. Here I am sharing with you some of the important secrets, deep truths. There is no qualitative or quantitative difference between you and an enlightened being, except he feels contented in the inner and outer world. Please understand. There is no qualitative or quantitative. I wanted to emphasize both words. Qualitative or quantitative difference between you and a living the master, an enlightened being, except one thing, he feels content about whatever he has in the inner world and the outer world. I want you to know very clearly, I have all problems you have in the inner world and the outer world. Understand? Capital letter. All problems, A-L-L. You have in the inner world and the outer world. I have all problems. Except one thing, I am contented. I feel okay. The only difference between you and me is okay, that's all. No, really. Nothing else. That's all. Suddenly, your whole quality is different. The moment you say, okay, suddenly your whole quality is different. You are living enlightenment. The only difference between how this okay will happen, understand? How this okay will happen? You need to understand a deeper secret of life. If you are having a certain amount of wealth now, intelligence now, relationships now, life is happening in you. Please understand, all these things have happened to you not as an accident. Existence really wants you to have this. You are qualified for it. Even if you die this moment,
You will take birth again with all these facilities with you. Please understand. I am talking to you some of the deeper secrets of life and death. How the life is happening. Life is a continuous expansion. If you have the amount of intelligence, for example, you are a doctor, you have this much of wealth, you have this decent life, you have all these basic facilities, some to car, to house and all those things. Do not think it happened to you as an accident. If you think it happened to you as an accident, you will be afraid to die. You will be afraid of life. You may be thinking any time it may be taken away from me. If I die, then I have to work again to get everything. Who knows? I'll have that kind of circumstance, that kind of situation, that kind of everything. Who knows? You have all kinds of misunderstandings, all kinds of insecurity, all kinds of feelings. I tell you, even if you die, you will take birth in a place, in a situation, in an ambience where you will be little more than this, not lower than this. This is the way life happens. If you are holding on to some position which you are not worthy, even now, don't think it will be left with you. It will be taken away from you. You are worthy of where you are. Understanding you are worthy of where you are. That is the first rule to bring confidence or contentment. That's the first thing you need to understand. Existence is living through you. Please understand. I am sharing my enlightenment with you because I feel fulfilled about it. Same way, you are having whatever you are having because existence wants to live through you. It wants to fulfill itself through you. When you achieve something great, existence feels pampered because it wants to achieve it through you. It wants to live it through you. You are not an accident. You are a clear incident. I am not consoling you. I am not giving you some consolation. I am not the person to console you. I am stating the exact truth. If you think I am giving you confidence, consolation, positive thinking, you are wrong. I don't do that job. I am not interested in that job. I am stating straight, simple facts. I am stating straight, simple truths. If you imbibe, get inspired, it is up to you. Otherwise, I don't have a problem. Because I am not a positive thinker, or I am not teaching positive thinking. I am not having some self-confidence workshop. No. That only fools do. All fools are doing all over the world. This positive thinking is the worst foolish idea I have ever heard. Thinking itself is nonsense. Then what about positive thinking? No, so there are so many books being written, left and right. The moment you enter into that landmark bookstall, the whole shop, whole cupboard is filled with positive thinking books. Understand, the moment you think, I am healthy, one corner of your mind is saying, no, why are you lying? Tell me, how many of you guys were successful in positive thinking? Never. Even a person who wrote the book will never be successful. I know so many guys who wrote many books about positive thinking and made money, that's all. Nothing else. Positive thinking is a foolish idea. Don't try to think positively and all. Know the truth, then you will become positive. Not that your thinking will become positive. Just know the truth. You will become positive. You will radiate positiveness. Anybody who tries to think positive will always have one part of him fighting with him. Just see, you can see, no, I am healthy, tell 100 times. You will be very strongly telling inside you, no, I am not healthy, I am sick, I am just lying, I am just trying to cover my sickness. You know it. Just try any positive thinking. You will have a big drama in you. How many of you have tried this positive thinking, this kind of things? Then you know the fun. You know the fun. All I am telling you is, don't try to be positive, try to have positive thinking and all. Just know the truth. You will radiate positivity, which can never come by positive thinking. Positive thinking is like a putting some cream on your skin. Knowing the truth is really radiating positivity from inside. The work needs to be done little deeper level, not in the skin level. Not on the skin level. Positive thinking is more like a covering the septic tank with the lid. Is the word septic tank exists in West? Same word? Okay. Covering the septic tank with lid is going to help? No. Clear it out. The cover is no way going to cover it. How much ever it covers, you know. Can you, just because it is covered, can you sit on the septic tank and eat? You can't, because you know it's only cover. Same way, how much ever you try to have positive thinking, no, I am healthy, I am happy, I am blissful, however you try to have, what will happen? No. Knowing the truth is different and just thinking positively is different. Thinking positive and all those things, you see, I want you to know this story, then you will understand the power of thinking positive. You know, the greatest, the positive thinking, that kind of that self-confidence author, you know, Dale Carnegie. Yes, sorry. Dale Carnegie, he wrote 2 books, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. Any of you have read that book? Next to Bible, his books have been sold in the planet Earth. Do you know? Next to Bible. Next to Bible, practically his second Messiah. No, next to Bible, his books have been sold all over the world. In the first book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living, he writes about how to come out of the suicidal tendencies. That is the main theme. And the next book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, he is talking about how to have a beautiful relationship with your spouse. That's the main theme. How many of you read these 2 books? I have read. And I want you to know a biographical fact about his own life. He committed suicide because he was not able to cope up with his wife. No, really. Understand, a man who wrote a book which is sold and read next to Bible. 2 main themes of the book, he was not able to keep up. He wrote whatever he was not able to keep up. The night he will sit, whatever practical problems he faces and unable to solve, that same problem he will expand and expand and expand and will never give a solution, and that became a popular book. See, when you read a book, when you see that author also had the same suffering, you feel a kind of a sympathy towards him. And you continue to read and enjoy. That is what has happened. Please understand, that is what has happened. That is the main reason why that book has become very popular. When you read, you feel connected. Oh God, he is talking to me exactly the problem I have. You don't even think whether he is giving a practical solution. You only bother about, oh God, I feel really he is sympathetic towards me. You know, there is sympathy. There is somebody who is suffering the same problem you have. And you feel as if you have a solution. I can give you 2-3 tips how to become a great philosopher. Just, I think I already told you once. Write all the problems you have in a very orating way, with all beautiful words, and do not give solution. Because you yourself don't know. Or give the solution what you have. Whatever you have is not a solution. No positive thinking is going to help. Know the truth, that will help. You will radiate positivity. You will radiate positivity. Truth is, existence is living through you. You are not an accident. Even if you think you are an accident, you are not an accident. Existence is feeling, really overflowing. It wants you to be where you are now. You are not in the position, you are not where you are now just as an accident. You are in the position where you are now just as a clear, planned miracle. Please understand, you are a miracle, not an accident. When you understand this truth, your existence is living through you itself. It is fulfilling itself through you. You are a fulfillment for this whole existence. If you are not here, existence is going to miss you. If you are not here, the planet Earth is going to miss you. That's the truth. Otherwise, why should you be here? Long before tsunami would have taken away you. And there are 1,000 reasons to take you away. Why should you let be here? There is no reason. And don't think, oh, I am here because no accident happened in my life. No. 1,000 accidents could have happened. You are not here as an accident. You are not a misfit. Be very clear. Existence will miss you if you are not here. Only when you understand the truth. It's like when you understand, that is why I am trying to catch a right word. When Krishna says in Gita, dropping the body is nothing but dropping your cloth, he means this only. Even if you will not find a big difference. You will just disappear here. You will appear in some place almost in the same ambience, same kind of ambience. Because you are qualified for it. If you have developed your quality, you will appear in a better ambience. That's all. It's a simple logic. It's a simple truth. With this understanding, you will have a deep relaxation. Oh God, I am worthy of what I am.
Yes. So beautifully, Swamiji reveals how gratitude is not to be mistaken for positive thinking, even though we spoke about the importance of cultivating or creating positive inner space inside us. It is not about forcing ourselves to just having positive thoughts all the time. Swamiji says, know the truth and manifest the powerful cognitions, break all the powerless cognitions that you have, bring yourself to completion. All of this will just make you positive. You will become life positive. So it's not even about becoming positive in the normal sense, but we will become life positive once we know the truth and when we remember all the wonderful benefits that gratitude has. Then naturally we will see that this positivity that we develop inside us will materialize, will manifest as so many wonderful things outside us as well. All right. So with this, let's get ready for meditation, as our next session is a guided meditation with Swamiji on awakening our crown chakra through the gratitude. So Swamiji will be guiding us through a step-by-step process, expressing gratitude towards different person for in different ways. And this is a very powerful meditation in which we can experience how gratitude uplifts us very powerfully. So we request all of you to settle down. Make sure that you are seated comfortably and that you will not be disturbed for the next maybe 20 minutes. If needed, you may request the people around you not to disturb you. Make sure that you are seated comfortably, and if possible, sit on the ground in a cross-legged posture. If it is difficult for you, you can have a bit more of comfort. That is also fine. And let's get ready to enter into this guided meditation. You can close your eyes and sit, connecting with Swamiji in your inner space. Let's come to a deep space of receptivity and listening. And let's now begin the meditation.
Concentrate on the crown chakra. Gratitude to your mother for giving you this body. Forget about the ideological differences you have with her. Just give your gratitude for the sake of giving you this body. Father for giving you the life. your gratitude to the doctors and nurses who received you when you came to this planet Earth. Gratitude to the teachers who gave you preliminary education. Give your gratitude to all the professors who gave you higher education and professional education. Give your gratitude to all your friends who made your young age more joyful and more blissful.
all the doctors who helped you, who took care of you at the time of necessary, whenever it was necessary. Give your gratitude to all your friends and relatives who gave you mental strength, right advice, through right counseling whenever it is necessary. To all the spiritual books and spiritual masters who gave you the spiritual understanding and inspiration towards the spiritual life.
wife or to your husband for giving you the love and security feeling in the life. Give your gratitude to your children for choosing you as the host on this planet Earth. Give your gratitude to every single individual who is responsible for your physical health, mental health, economical wealth, and interpersonal relationships and spiritual understanding. Remember every one of them one by one, individually, and offer your gratitude to all of them one by one, slowly.
Yes. You can open your eyes and come back. I hope that you had a beautiful experience of this meditation. Do practice what Swamiji has revealed daily, noting down everything that you feel grateful for. You will see that it's very simple practice of feeling grateful for even simple things will change your inner space so much. And when you see that not only your inner space changes, but it reflects outside, that you start attracting so many positive things, so many wonderful manifestations, then naturally you will gain so much confidence in this whole science, and you will enjoy the real benefit of this session and of this truth of gratitude that Swamiji is revealing to us. So with this, let's move on, and we'll be having our next session of the power manifestation. Once again, playing with our own height, increasing our own height. So invite all of you to remain seated, and you can start chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, connecting with Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your awareness to the third eye and make a conscious will for your height to increase. Bring deep gratitude to Swamiji and see how this gratitude intensifies your feeling connection, intensifies your experience of oneness with Swamiji, which is the space from which this power manifests. So continue to chant the Mahavakya and declare for your height to increase. Let's begin.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. You can now open your eyes and take a second measurement of your height to verify if you have been successful in increasing your height. And You can also witness any cognitive shifts happen inside you, any experience of healing, any manifestation of powerful cognition. This is really the true purpose of this power manifestation, is that we experience oneness with Swamiji, and naturally all these powerful cognitions that we learn become our reality, and we also overcome all the powerless cognitions that we have.
Exactly. We really recommend all the participants, one, to share your experiences here in the chat. Even if you feel your height has not increased, just share whatever you experienced during the power manifestation. Maybe you felt a deep silence in your inner space, or just a sudden surge of joy. All this is a valid experience, and we recommend all of you to get into the mode of sharing your experiences more and more. This way, they will settle in you and they will be more real for you. Also, we recommend you to play with the powers more and more. Yes, we have many rounds of power manifestation throughout the day. That does not mean that this is the only opportunity for you to manifest these powers. Whenever you sit during the satsangs, or you have some powerful cognition that clicks with you, that is the perfect opportunity to manifest powers. See, when you're already empowered by some click, some powerful cognition that has settled in your inner space, you are already in oneness with the teachings of Swamiji. You're already in oneness with the powerful cognitions that he is showering on us. So at that moment, if you turn the inspiration into immediate action, you will experience a breakthrough on a whole nother level. So these powers are there for us to play and to celebrate our existence, our superconscious existence, our existence as Paramashiva.
Yes, absolutely. So now let's continue with entering into our next session, as we're also almost about to enter into today's darshan with Swamiji. You can all start calling your friends and family and inviting them to join us. Swamiji is about to come. But before that, we still have a bit of time to start another session, and we are going to be learning how everything is auspicious. So it's a very important, powerful cognition that we are going to be learning. Of course, it's very easy to understand this and agree, that in existence, everything is auspicious. But do we remember this powerful cognition, for example, when we feel that something wrong is done to us? Do we remember that when things do not happen the way we want? This is really these are the moments when we need to remember that, and we need to see, we need to analyze this situation from a different angle, seeing how, even though I feel that things are not happening the way I want, or maybe I feel I'm losing something or someone in my life, even then, this situation is auspicious, and Paramashiva is manifesting all this in my life for my higher purpose. All right, so we are going to be diving into this in this session. Now, one thing has to be understood very clearly, that is, the whole of existence is an auspicious happening. And by that, we don't just mean existence in the larger sense, universe and all of that, but even every single small things, all the small actions that happen in our lives, everything that we do, everything that happens to us every day, every single thing is an auspicious happening. And you are a part of existence. Therefore, everything that happens in and around you is also auspicious. This is the truth of existence.
Yes, nothing that happens in existence is inauspicious. Everything is only a blessing. If this is understood clearly, there is nothing to complain about in life. This is understood clearly. Your very eye becomes a grateful eye. It sees everything as extraordinary. Nothing appears mundane. Everything appears as a miracle. How many times would you have experienced this? Especially after meeting Swamiji, that everything suddenly seems to be magical. There is something greater, some greater meaning behind everything that is happening in your life, and you are able to catch the clicks and understand the lessons you're supposed to learn in every moment. Yes, let us learn a little bit more about this very concept, that once you experience that everything is auspicious, everything seems extraordinary and nothing is mundane. To a small story. One day, a duck hunter went to the market to buy a bird retriever dog. To his amazement, he found a dog that could walk on water. He immediately took it home. He invited one of his friends to hunt the next day and took the dog. When a flock of ducks came near, he took aim, fired, and silently watched. The dog walked on water, retrieved the bird. He looked at his friend for reaction, but the friend remained silent. He asked him, "Do you see anything unusual about my dog?" The friend replied, "Yes, your dog is unable to swim." Miracles are continuously happening in front of your eyes, but we are continuously missing them. Only because we miss them, life itself appears to be dull sometimes. When we start perceiving them, our entire life becomes a miracle.
So the truth is, there are already too many miracles happening around us in our lives. And the point is, we miss seeing them. Maybe we may expect miracles to happen. Many times we have this idea that a miracle is something really, really big, something out of this world. But a miracle could be something very simple, just someone knocking at your door at the right moment, or just giving you a call at the right moment. These small things are true miracles. But when we are not in the space of gratitude, we miss seeing them, and sometimes we even close the door for these things to actually happen. Now, if we celebrate these three things, that is the existence of the self, of the word, and of God, we will experience the whole of existence as a blessing that is happening continuously.
Yes, as part of the gratitude meditation that we just went into, you are asked to express gratitude to the food that you get and all the people who are involved in the process of making that food. So the next time you eat a berry, just think how much went into the process of you having that berry on your plate, in your fridge. Just rewind. Who brought this berry to you? Where did you get it? You got it from the shop. Okay, so a person had to work at that shop and had to sell it to you. In order for the berry to arrive at that shop, someone had to transport it there, pack it. Someone had to pluck the fruit. And before that, the sunlight had to hit the fruit for the right amount of time, for a long period. And the soil had to have the nutrition. All the people who were involved in that process, just for us to casually snack on some fruit. And if we look closely, every single incident in our life has layers and layers and layers of miracles that need to happen for us to be able to even experience this. But we are not aware most of the time. When we go through our life unconsciously, or we already carry a certain mood, we will just miss them. The moment we open up for the miracle, there is nothing which is not a miracle. Please understand, this is not moral advice. It is a spiritual technique. The first step, you will never be able to realize or understand yourself until you accept yourself and celebrate what you are. As long as you fight with what you are, you will never be able to realize what you really are. Usually we carry two identities within ourselves. One is the outer world identity and the other is the inner world identity. The outer world identity is what we present to the world as how we want the world to see us, how we want to be recognized, or how we want to present ourselves. This identity will always be much more than who we really are. The inner world identity, is what we believe we really are. This identity will usually be much less than what we actually are. This is what we refer to as low self-esteem. Your whole life is nothing but the fight between these two identities.
So you constantly try to fulfill your outer world identity, and this is in conflict with your inner world identity. So there's a conflict between who you feel you are and how you show yourself to others. And this conflict eats your life. And the point is, because of this conflict, and because we feel that we are not who we want to be or whom we should be, then we miss being in the space of gratitude. But instead of putting the blame on life or the world or people, we need to put the blame on the right thing, that is the wrong inner image that we have. That is why we just accept and celebrate whatever you are, and you will see that you slowly realize the real self. Because self-realization is postponed again and again only because of this fight between these two identities, the inner world identity and the outer world identity. So the moment you stop the fight between them, the moment you stop being in conflict with yourself, feeling that you should be something more and that you are not the person you should be, and when you stop trying to act and continuously sustain this outer image that you show to people, the moment you stop this fight, you will see that both these inner image disappear into the realization. These two identities exist only because of the non-acceptance in you. So just accept whatever you are in the outer world and in the inner world. Just accept and say a deep yes to yourself as you are, and you will see that both these identities have no utility or purpose for you, and they simply disappear, leaving your body and your inner space, and it will not be present in your life anymore. Then you will accept and celebrate yourself as it is. You'll understand that you neither need to develop the self in the outer world, nor do you need to develop it in the inner world. Out of this understanding, suddenly you will see that the self will be realized.
Yes, and the next step, we come to the celebration of the world. Understand all the difficulties and problems between you and the world are because you do not look at the world as a mystery. You continuously try to demystify the world with your logic. Try to understand the world with your intellect instead of celebrating it, accepting it, enjoying it. You analyze, aggregate, and try to bring it under your control. It is not possible to achieve this. It is too vast and too intelligent. It is meant to be enjoyed and not analyzed. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, an enlightened master from India, tells a beautiful story. Two men entered a mango grove. One of them sat and counted the number of trees. He studied the variations in their size, the number of branches, the density of the leaves, and number of mangoes across the trees. He tried to determine the varieties of mangoes. He thought about where they would sell and what would be the cost, etc. The other man simply ate a few mangoes, enjoyed himself, and then left. When you have entered the world, understand you have entered the mango grove. If you continuously use your logic to analyze and judge and try to bring things under your control, you will miss the whole thing. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared he has seen people who can't enjoy a resort unless it is owned by them. They can't enjoy anything unless it is legally owned by them. Their logic has to conquer. Only then they can enjoy anything. Your logic does not have to conquer everything. You don't need to own things to enjoy them. Trying to understand the world is nothing but trying to intellectually own the whole of existence, the whole world. Trying to understand intellectually is also nothing but trying to possess, trying to own intellectually.
So you will never be able to celebrate if you follow this path. You should just accept and celebrate existence with all its different dimensions and paradoxes. Don't judge anything. The thing is, you continuously judge what is going on as something right or wrong, something should have happened this way, or something should not have happened this way. And you should become aware that whatever happens in existence is auspicious. In Sanskrit, the word Shiva means causeless auspiciousness. For no reason in particular, auspiciousness, just pure auspiciousness, is continuously overflowing all the time. And you too are continuously expanding and growing, whether you accept it or not. Every birth that we take, every action, every single incident happening in our life is increasing our frequency and raising our intelligence. So the causeless expansion is happening inside you also, but you may or may not experience it in this way. That is the different thing, and that is the problem. So the whole point here is to realize that by its very design, life, everything that happens to us is meant to be good for you. It is meant to make us better. It is meant to lead us in the right direction. It is meant so that all our needs are fulfilled. But the problem is we don't experience life in this way. We don't feel that everything happens to us is auspicious, is great, and we have a lot of resistance, a lot of expectations, a lot of judgments, because of which we feel that something is bad, something wrong is done to us, things should be different, we are not the way we should. So all these things take us away from the space of gratitude, which is not only which is the space where we just flow, we just experience the peak of life, all the best dimensions of life. And that needs acceptance. We need to accept things as they are without resisting, without feeling that something is negative and then feeling that it should not be that way, and again going into this rut or expecting that no, things could have been better. Instead, we need to see, and we can actually, like, if you see in your life, even if you take some of the worst of what you think, what you feel as worst incidents in your life. Let's say that, for example, you lost someone. Naturally, you'll have so much of sadness that I love that person, and your mind will start playing the game, thinking that if that person was there in my life right now, everything would be beautiful. And it's such a sad thing that has happened to me. That is what we do, right? But instead, if you see, first of all, it may not be like that. Actually, if that person was still there and had not left us, then maybe things would have actually been worse. It's not necessary that a relationship would actually have been good or would have been better. Maybe worse things would have happened, actually, if that person had still been there. And not only we can see that it's not a negative happening, but we can also see the positive things that it does to us. Maybe at some point the relationship with that person will have become a load on ourselves, just restraining our expansion. Or maybe now that that person is not there anymore, we have so much space for renewal, for starting new things that we could not have done when that person was there. So here I just took one example simply of how we feel bad when someone leaves us, and we can apply the same thing to all the situations in our life. Whatever we feel as negative, if we decide to see that it is actually auspicious, we will start seeing the deeper meaning, deeper reason why it happened in our life, and then we will be able to identify what is the direction that the cosmos is leading us into.
Yes, many times us jumping to a specific conclusion, saying, oh, this is a bad incident in our life, is already a delusion. Many times only after years we will understand the context out of which situations happen in our life and the actual results they have for our life. Maybe we go through a traumatic experience, but in the end, it turns out to be something that was required for us to expand, that was required for us to overcome certain patterns, or that would lead us to the breakthrough that we needed in that situation. Just because now we do not see what is going to be the benefit of this situation, we should not jump to the conclusion that it is going to be bad for us. If we stay patient, if we remain open for the possibility of auspiciousness to unfold, we will be able to recognize it and we will invite it into our life very much. So
Yes. So the key understanding here is not just to realize how everything is auspicious, but to remember it at the right moment and to see and scan, analyze all the different dimensions of our life, all our past experiences, and see how actually, really, factually, everything that happened to us is good and is leading us in the right direction. So we are actually going to be switching over as the darshan preparation has begun. If you want, if you feel like, in the meanwhile, you can also start this exercise. You can start looking into all your different life situations in your past and even in your present, what all is happening to you right now, especially what you feel is negative, and try to see how it is in fact auspicious. You can go step by step, incident by incident, and see the deeper meaning and the deeper dimensions of everything that occurs in your life. All right. So with this, let's all get ready to receive Swamiji, as we are going to be switching over to the darshan preparation. You can all invite your friends and families to experience the darshan with Swamiji today, to receive the initiations. And of course, after the darshan, we will be back to resume with our final sessions of today's Paramashivoham Level 2.
Disturbed phase I was going through. And at that time, that's when like I spoke to someone from the Sangha regarding SJP, and it slowly the cognition shifted. It's not about just like you giving the money. It was more about, at that time, I kind of looked at myself and my life, what I'm going through and how I approach it. And it felt like it's all I had was worries. And even when it comes to money, either you have it or not, there was a lot of pain associated with it. And at that time, I kind of decided, okay, SJP is kind of like a form of surrender. I don't have the entire amount or all the amount I had. I just decided to contribute that towards becoming a manifester. And at that point of time, for me, it was mainly about, okay, surrendering everything to Swamiji. Let him take care. Let him figure out how I'm going to become the SJP. And let him figure out, okay, how am I going to contribute towards it? If I have a job or not have a job. And it was basically that I was surrendering that bad mental state and inner space that I had. At least when I made that first jump, that was the one big shift that I saw right away. That it's the relationship with money changes. You look at it more of like a utility, not as something as you don't equate it to life. That's how I felt.
That's so nice. How was your relationship with money before that? Like you say, how from what to what did it shift? And you also mentioned to me earlier when we were talking, you had said about how actually even to take that step, it was a little difficult for you during that time? And do you want to also share a little more about that?
Yes, Ma. So around the time I took the step, even though I knew that my contract would end in 3 or 4 months, then all of a sudden I was let go in the middle. And so it was a bigger challenge, at least for me at that time. So it was not really a pleasant period. And I mean, you don't have a regular source of income. And because I was on a visa, there's only so many months you can be without a project or without an employment. And at that time, it was really challenging. But for me, it was more about that cognition. I was at least blessed to see the way my inner space was and what my mental state is. And it was a conscious choice. More of, I don't want to be in this lower cognition or suffering because of not having something and all. It was more of, okay, let me move to something more of a positive attitude or a positive thought process. And